Mark Rosenker, and it is my privilege to serve as the acting chairman of the National Transportation Safety Board. I'd like to take a moment right now to introduce my colleagues and my fellow board members. On my right, member Ellen Engelman-Connors. My far right, member Catherine Higgins, and on my left, member Debbie Hersman. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the boardroom of the National Transportation Safety Board. Under the 1976 Government in the Sunshine Act, multi-member federal agencies conduct much of their business in open session. Therefore, board meetings are often called sunshine meetings. While the public is invited to observe the meeting, only the board members and NTSB staff will participate in today's discussions. This meeting is also available by a live webcast. Website visitors can view the board's public meeting by logging on to our website at www.ntsb.gov. A few weeks ago, the NTSB staff submitted for the board's consideration Notation 7679A, Marine Accident Report, capsizing of U.S. small passenger vessel Lady D, Northwest Harbor, Baltimore, Maryland, occurring on March the 6th, 2004. Also, the Notation 7646A, Aircraft Accident Report, Controlled Flight into Terrain, ERA Aviation, Sikorsky S-76A, N579EH, Gulf of Mexico, about 70 nautical miles southeast of Shoals International Airport, Galveston, Texas. That occurred on March 23rd, 2004. The board members have had the intervening weeks to study these documents. While we might have met with the staff individually to discuss the draft, today is the first opportunity for the board members to discuss the issues contained in the draft reports. During this meeting, board members will examine each section of the draft, soliciting staff comments and explanations on many points. Once we've gone through the body of the draft report, we will then consider the conclusions, probable cause determination, and specific safety recommendations proposed by staff. We will then determine if we should approve the draft as presented, approve the draft with editorial, analytical, and/or factual corrections and revisions that have been agreed upon during the meeting, or return the report to the staff for revision. Sometimes all or part of a draft conclusion, probable cause, or recommendation is revised or rejected by the members. This is because these are the board's actual deliberations over the documents. That's the purpose of the Sunshine Act, to provide the public with a window into the decision-making process. Approximately 30 minutes after this meeting, copies of abstracts containing probable cause and recommendations approved by the board can be obtained from the board's Public Affairs Office in room 6201. At this time, I'd like to begin the presentations for the first item on today's agenda. Substituting for our Managing Director is the Deputy Managing Director, Dr. David Mayer. Would you please introduce the staff and begin our presentations for today?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Acting Chairman. Mr. Osterman sends his regrets. As you know, he's not feeling well this morning. He's asked me to introduce the staff. To my left is Gary Halbert, who is the General Counsel of the Safety Board. To my right, Jack Spencer, the Director of our Office of Marine Safety. And sitting down the table, Tom Roth-Rafi, the investigator in charge. Rob Henrys, the Associate Director of the Office of Marine Safety. And at the end of the table, Greg Solitello, meteorologist from the Office of Aviation Safety. Those staff members, other staff members who participate in the meeting this morning will be asked to introduce themselves as they speak.
Let us begin.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. On March the 6th, 2004, the small passenger vessel Lady D, a pontoon hull water taxi with 25 persons on board, was en route from Fort McHenry to Fells Point, Maryland, when it encountered a rapidly developing storm with high winds, and it capsized about 1,000 feet from shore. Responders were able to rescue all but 3 occupants of the Lady D within an hour of the accident. The bodies of the remaining victims were recovered from the waterway a week later. As a result of this accident, 5 passengers died, 4 passengers suffered serious injuries, and 12 people sustained minor injuries. The vessel was a total loss. The National Transportation Safety Board learned of this accident from media accounts and immediately launched a 4-person investigation team consisting of an investigator in charge and specialists in human performance, operations, engineering, and survival factors. The team was joined by then-Chairman Engelman Connors, her assistant, and representatives from the Safety Board's Office of Public Affairs and Transportation Disaster Assistance. The investigation team conducted on-scene interviews between March 6th and March 14th. On March 10th, 2004, a vehicle performance specialist joined the investigation team. The Safety Board spent over 6,000 hours investigating the accident, conducting the analysis, and preparing the report. I will now turn the presentation over to the investigator in charge, Mr. Tom Rothroffy, who will give you more detailed information on the accident and introduce the other speakers. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Acting Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tom Rothroffy, and I am the investigator in charge of the Lady D investigation. The following staff members contributed to the investigation and writing of this report. The initial on-scene investigator in charge was Mr. Bill Woody. I was initially assigned to be the engineering group chairman. Near the end of the on-scene portion of the investigation, I also assumed the role of investigator in charge. Captain Morgan Terrell is the Deck Operations and Human Performance Group Chairman. Ms. Maria Buer is the Survival Factors Group Chairman. Dr. Kevin Renzi is a Vehicle Performance Specialist. Mr. Greg Solitalo is the Meteorology Specialist. Mr. Rob Henry covered the naval architecture issues. Dr. Barry Strouch assisted with human performance issues. Ms. Pat Barnes is the writer, and Ms. Charlotte Cox is the editor. The Lady D, shown here in a photo taken on the day of the accident, was a pontoon-style small passenger vessel. This view of the Lady D is of its port side. At the left side of the photo is the passenger boarding ladder at the bow. In the center section of the boat is the passenger cabin, and at the right side or stern area is the outboard engine that provided propulsion power. The Lady D was a small passenger vessel inspected by the Coast Guard, and it was certified to carry 25 persons, including one required crew member, a licensed master. Normally, the vessel carried 2 crew members, a master and an unlicensed mate or deckhand. As can be seen in the photo, the passenger cabin was fully enclosed by sides and a canopy. The vessel was propelled by a 90 horsepower outboard engine. Although the vessel could achieve about 12 knots underway, it normally operated about 6 knots because of speed restrictions in the harbor. The chart being shown now is of Baltimore Harbor. The Lady D was one of 11 pontoon vessels operated by Seaport Taxi in the Baltimore Inner and Northwest harbors. The owner-operator of the Lady D was a company known as Seaport Taxi. Seaport Taxi was one of 2 operators of water taxis in the Baltimore Harbor. Seaport Taxi operated its vessels on either of 2 routes, an inner loop, being shown in red now, circled, or an outer loop, also circled in red. The inner loop was between stops primarily in the Baltimore Inner Harbor, and the outer loop primarily served Fort McHenry from Fells Point. Since its construction, the Lady D operated exclusively in Baltimore Harbor. And on the day of the accident, the Lady D's assigned route was the outer loop, or from Fells Point to Fort McHenry, and back to Fells Point. The distance between Fells Point and Fort McHenry was about 1.1 miles, and a round trip took about 25 to 30 minutes. On the day before the accident, the National Weather Service had issued a small craft advisory, which called for winds and gusts of 15 to 33 knots in the area. On the day of the accident, the weather was reportedly partly cloudy with occasional wind and rain. More details of the weather conditions and forecast will be covered in a later presentation. The Lady D arrived at Fort McHenry Pier about 1545, loaded 23 passengers, and departed Fort McHenry Pier about 1554 with a total of 25 persons on board. As the vessel departed the pier, the weather began to rapidly deteriorate, with heavy wind and rain developing. As the wind and rains intensified, the master attempted to seek refuge. About 1558, the Lady D capsized at the location indicated by the black star. Two Navy personnel at the Baltimore Naval Reserve Center witnessed the Lady D capsized, and they immediately notified 911. Within minutes of the accident, personnel from the Naval Reserve Center manned one of their mechanized landing craft and got underway to render assistance. The capsizing was also witnessed by a firefighter at the Marine Fire Station located near Fort McHenry, and firefighters also quickly responded to the accident with 2 fireboats. The Baltimore City Police Department also responded to the accident by sending a harbor police boat and a helicopter. And finally, within about 30 minutes of the accident, the U.S. Coast Guard responded with 2 rescue boats, and sometime later, a helicopter to assist with search and rescue operations. All persons from the boat had been rescued from the water within about 1 hour of the accident. After the search and rescue operation had been completed, 3 persons remained missing. After a week-long underwater search effort led by the Baltimore City Fire Department, with the assistance of the U.S. Navy, a Tyco cable ship, and other search assets, the bodies of the 3 remaining victims were recovered from the harbor. As a result of the accident, 5 persons lost their lives. 4 persons were seriously injured, and the vessel suffered extensive damage, primarily to its passenger superstructure. The vessel was estimated to be worth about $35,000. That concludes my overview of the accident. More detailed information will be covered in later presentations. The parties to the investigation were the following: the U.S. Coast Guard, Living Classrooms Foundation, which is the parent organization of the vessel's operator, Seaport Taxi. Seaport Taxi ceased operations in December 2004. Susquehanna Santee Boat Works was the builder of the Lady D, National Weather Service, and the Baltimore City Fire Department. Staff believes that the following were not factors in this accident: drugs, alcohol, and sleep deprivation of the Lady D crew members, the condition of the mechanical systems and hull, and the horsepower of the Lady D's propulsion engine. As a result of the investigation of this accident, staff has identified the following safety issues: the adequacy of passenger weight criteria for stability assessment, the adequacy of pontoon vessel stability standards, and the policies and procedures pertaining to weather operations. Each of the previously mentioned safety issues will be addressed in the following presentations. Mr. Salatalo will give a presentation on meteorology. Captain Terrell's presentation will cover the owner's, operator's weather policy, and the master's decision to transit the harbor. I will then give a presentation on vessel certification issues. Mr. Rob Henry will then present the cause of the capsizing, passenger weight criteria for stability assessment, and the pontoon vessel stability standards. And finally, Ms. Buer will cover survivability issues in her presentation. That concludes my presentation of the overview of the accident and the safety issues. Staff is prepared to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rothy. Any questions, Member Engelman Connor?
I have several questions, but I'm going to extend the courtesy to the staff and wait as you give the individual presentations, because I don't want to get ahead of your good work. And but I do have a lot of interest, obviously, having been there. But I do want to just say 3 things. First of all, extend my personal condolences to the families who lost loved ones that day. It was a tragic accident, and it literally was out of the blue with these weather conditions and the like. And given that there were families involved and extended families and families to be who lost loved ones. I want to extend my personal condolences again to the families. Secondly, I want to express my appreciation to the Coast Guard during the time of the accident and definitely during the time of the investigation. I know that they were integral to our success, and it shows what a great partner in safety the Coast Guard can and is when we're all pursuing the same ends. And then lastly, I would be totally remiss as a Naval Reserve officer not to acknowledge Navy Reserve Detachment 106 for their heroic efforts in this rescue operation and their response. And I can tell you it was not a normal drill weekend for them, but they certainly played a large role in this, and I hope that during the discussion today that you will be able to highlight their heroism. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Engelmann-Connors. Member Hersman.
Good morning. I have a couple of questions that I don't think will be covered by the other presentations, and so I'll go ahead and ask them now. My first question deals with post-accident drug testing, and I noticed that in this accident, as we've seen in other accidents, the Coast Guard didn't request the post-accident samples until 2 days after the accident for the mate and 4 days for the master. We saw the same thing in the Robert Y. Love accident, where they had not requested samples from the crew until some of the crew members until 2 days after the accident. Do we feel that the Coast Guard now has a handle on this issue? I know we've closed a recommendation that was on our most wanted list dealing with this, but we continue to see this crop up in accident investigations, and I think that there's very little value to collect these samples if it's not done immediately. Does the staff believe the Coast Guard has a handle on this issue, and hence we're not making a recommendation in this report?
Member Hersman, I can speak generally towards that issue. The Coast Guard has instituted a regulation change to clarify the time restrictions or the time guidance on when post-accident tox testing should be done. And we believe that as a result of that, the Coast Guard will be better prepared to deal with collecting samples in a timely manner. If you'd like more information on the specifics of the regulations, I can ask that either Captain Morgan or Mr. Woody address that issue.
Okay. If you'd like to address that, would be fine.
Certainly. Good morning. In 1998, there was an accident, the Julienne. The board investigated, and there's been a most wanted recommendation for some time about post-accident testing. And pursuant to this, the Coast Guard has issued a final rule, which will be in effect June 20th of this year, which puts a 2-hour window for collection of samples for alcohol testing and no more than 32 hours for drug testing. And so staff believes that this recommendation, this new regulation fulfills our intention to have rapid and proper drug testing.
Why did they bifurcate the testing requirement? Why not collect for the drug at the same time you're collecting for the alcohol? If you have to collect for alcohol within 2 hours, what was their justification for not using that same sample or splitting it for a drug test?
Right, the alcohol samples are usually done either through a breathalyzer test or a blood test. And now the new regulation also allows a saliva test, which is a positive or negative test. So the new regulation allows a new testing method, and the alcohol testing typically degrades after the 2 hours. And so it was important to make sure that we had that alcohol testing in 2 hours, whereas the drug testing is perhaps a little more sturdy and the sample lasts. It's also more consistent with the other modes, the 32-hour window.
Okay. Thank you very much for the explanation. I think what we need to make sure is that when this regulation goes in effect, as we continue to investigate accidents, that it's not just that the regulation exists, but the intent is being accomplished.
Absolutely.
My second question addresses the notification process, and I understand we were certainly very fortunate in this accident. There was rapid response by the city, by the naval assets that were there, a number of responders on scene. except that the Coast Guard wasn't notified and didn't actually arrive until most of the survivors were actually had been pulled out of the water and were on their way back. I'm concerned about the notification process and why the Coast Guard wasn't simultaneously notified when the other emergency responders were notified, why it took so long to get the Coast Guard in the loop.
Okay, and I'm going to ask Ms. Buer to address that question that's in her area of survivability.
Ms. Buer, will you cover this in your presentation?
No, not directly.
Okay.
The way that the city of Baltimore is set up is that when a 911 call comes in, goes through the dispatch center, and the fire department, police department, marine units automatically get dispatched. And if it's a marine accident, then of course police department and fire department marine vessels will also respond. Because it was in the inner harbor, Marine and police were within minutes, they were on the scene. The Coast Guard is about 5.5, 6 nautical miles from the actual accident site, and it would have taken them at least 12 minutes to respond to the particular accident. The city of Baltimore is on the Coast Guard notification list, just like the Coast Guard is on the city of Baltimore notification list. But part of the standards of operations for the city of Baltimore is that the fire department marine vessel goes out, investigates the accident, makes a decision, and then either calls back through the marine channel to notify the Coast Guard immediately, or they'll go ahead and call dispatch and they can notify the Coast Guard if they feel that additional assets are needed. So
And where does the city's jurisdiction end?
up to the Key Bridge. And then after the Key Bridge, the Coast Guard obviously can go anywhere, but after the Key Bridge, other assets will respond, including the Coast Guard.
What happens if something's on the line, on the jurisdictional line?
It would be both city and Coast Guard.
Well, I guess one of the concerns I have is when people call in a distress call or a 911 call, they don't actually know what jurisdiction they're in. And it just seems that the city of Baltimore wasn't the one that notified the Coast Guard. It was the company that notified the Coast Guard in the report. And so even though they are on the notification list, it didn't occur in a timely manner.
When there were already several units that responded, including the Navy and the police department and the fire department. And then by the time that the Coast Guard came on scene, most of the passengers were already on the landing craft of the Navy reserves.
Right. And I think we were very fortunate in
Correct.
this situation. I think that there were a lot of people, and this accident occurred in the line of sight where people could respond very quickly. My concern is if the accident occurs at some point that is not so convenient to the shore assets and the notification, that the Coast Guard would be included, and at what point would it become critical that they would receive that notification? Because I think there certainly is an issue about how the distress call goes out, whether it's a 911 call that goes into the city or whether it's a radio call that goes in by somebody on the water to the Coast Guard, and there needs to be coordination of the assets. And so I raised that as a concern. I hope the city of Baltimore, reviews what their plans are, and there is some continuity of operations and an understanding of jurisdictional lines not being so hard in the circumstance of an accident. Whoever can get there should get there, and if this is at the mouth of the harbor or past the Key Bridge or something, it's hard to tell. I think we were lucky in this situation. I think we might not have been so lucky if this had been somewhere where the lines had been blurred, the jurisdictional lines had been blurred. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hersman. Member Higgins?
Thank you. I will save most of my questions but have also wanted to follow up on this issue with the Coast Guard because I had a similar concern. It just seems to me from a procedural standpoint, the Coast Guard should be notified as part of the 911 system if there's a marine accident since they have jurisdiction. And I know we didn't make a recommendation in that area. I think it's something we should maybe do it in a follow-up statement, but we were fortunate that it was during daylight and other people saw this happen. If that hadn't been the case, the city obviously responded, and I think they deserve credit for having revised their communication system. But I do think that given the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard and given the responsibility overall for vessels in this area, and we'll get into that much later, they should have been notified as part of the response, even though that they were located further away, and that is their jurisdiction.
Thank you, Member Higgins. I, too, would like to echo the thoughts of Member Ellen Engelman Connors on the issue of first responders and particularly the fine work of the Navy Reserve. Our thoughts and our prayers on behalf of the entire board do go out to the families that lost loved ones and those survivors as well that are still healing today. We'll continue, please.
Mr. Greg Salatalo.
Thank you. Good morning. This morning I'm going to discuss the meteorology associated with the Lady D capsizing. I will be looking at Doppler weather radar images from Sterling, Virginia, which is located near Dulles Airport, weather conditions for the time and area of the accident, National Weather Service products, weather issues we identified during this investigation. Also, we'll discuss the National Weather Service Assessment Report and then conclude with the summary. First, I would like to review the Doppler weather radar images from Sterling, Virginia for 1502 to 1620 local time. The images were produced using the board's Mercatus Weather Data and Analysis System. First image is for 1502 local time. The image times is in the upper left-hand corner. The image shows weather radar echo intensities, which are color-coded according to the color bar on the right side of the image. The colors blue to yellow indicate intensities from weak, moderate to strong, and the colors orange to red indicate weather radar echo intensities are very strong to intense to extreme. The accident site is noted by ACC, which is highlighted by a red circle. Some locations in the area, DCA is Washington National Airport, BWI is Baltimore Washington Airport, IID is Dulles Airport, and Martinsburg, West Virginia is MRB. Animating the images, we can see intense weather radar echoes moving west to east across western through central Maryland, across the Baltimore Harbor area, and then across the Chesapeake Bay. These echoes were moving east about 50 miles per hour during this time period. At about the time and in the area of the accident, thunderstorms, rain showers, and strong gusty winds were occurring. Wind gusts were from the west at about 37 knots, with average sustained winds near 20 knots. Maximum wind gusts of near 41 knots occurred about 1600 local time. At the time of the capsizing, a small craft advisory was in effect for south winds of 15 knots, forecast to become southwest winds to 20 knots by late afternoon. Waves were forecast 1 foot building to 2 feet. At 16:05 local time, about 7 minutes after the capsizing, the National Weather Service issued a special marine warning for thunderstorms producing wind gusts to near 50 knots, high waves, lightning, and heavy downpours. We believe that meteorological data available to National Weather Service forecasters showed that the thunderstorms and strong gusty wind conditions associated with the Lady D capsizing could have been identified as early as about 1500 local time. In addition, terminal Doppler weather radar data as well as surface weather observation data from government and private sources such as WeatherBug, were not fully utilized and integrated in the weather data and analysis systems of the National Weather Service. Following the Lady D capsizing, the National Weather Service initiated a review of their performance during the Lady D accident event and published a service assessment report in June 2005. This report contained 11 recommendations addressing the use and integration of complementary weather data sources, such as terminal Doppler weather radar data, as well as government, private sector, and academic surface weather sensor information, such as WeatherBug, National Weather Service operations, and the development of training and workshops based on the meteorology of this accident. We believe that these recommendations are responsive to the issues we identified during this investigation. Therefore, no additional recommendations are proposed. According to the National Weather Service, 7 of these recommendations are currently being implemented, and action on the other 4 is progressing. Thunderstorms with strong wind gusts and rain showers moved through the accident area. Winds were from the west and gusted to near 41 knots at 1600 local time. A special marine warning was issued at 1605 local time, about 7 minutes after the accident, by the National Weather Service for these conditions. However, given the information to National Weather Service forecasters, we believe that this special marine warning should have been issued at least 20 minutes prior to the accident. The recommendations published in the National Weather Service Service Assessment Report were responsive to the issues we identified in this investigation. That completes my presentation. Staff is prepared to answer questions.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation. Member Engelmann Connors?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman. A couple of questions here. At what time did the storm start even rolling in? Because it was a series of events, I know, on the radar data. At what time? It wasn't 20 minutes before the accident, but people were tracking that storm much earlier.
These storms were actually moving out of West Virginia and through Maryland and then across the Baltimore Harbor area. At least by 3 o'clock, you could see this area of intense echoes moving eastward.
Right, and I actually was traveling that day and remember watching the skies. And one thing that was just noted on an observational aspect is that people were commenting about the strange weather. I mean, this was not a normal weather day. Would you agree?
Well, I think it was pretty normal for a March day with a cold front moving through the area. I don't think there was anything abnormal about it.
I would disagree with you being there, but because I have never seen black clouds thundering across the sky in the way you did. You actually could watch that front moving, and I was one of those. You should have interviewed me. I was one of those watching that as I was traveling that day, separate from the accident. So it was fairly dramatic. How many other boats were out at the time of this accident?
We don't have an actual count, but there were 2 operators in the Baltimore Harbor, and all of their vessels were operating.
Right, but isn't it true that at least one other operator came in earlier or did not send boats out?
My understanding is they were operating. They did cease operations, near the time of the accident.
Right, and were not other boats coming in?
You mean from farther out at sea, or?
No, that were actually in the inner harbor. It was my
They did tie up, yes.
Yes, that they were already tying up.
Correct.
Okay. And given these weather conditions, and did the Lady Di have a weather radio on board?
They did have a VHF marine radio that included the NOAA weather alerting feature.
And were they monitoring that?
They normally did, yes.
Normally, but were they monitoring it the day of the accident?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And the operator themselves was monitoring it?
The operator also had a VHF radio, and they used that for normal communications in addition to a UHF radio.
I think part of my concern on this is the entire aspect that the captain chose to take this boat out in the first place, given that the weather conditions were well noted, it was several hours before, that it was an incoming front, that it was of a fairly fast mover, if you will, and that the entire decision to go forward in this type of weather was even made. I find that somewhat astounding, given the boating experience I have and the acting chairman have of even going out on something like this. But on normal weather operations for this particular operator, how much discussion went back and forth between the captain and the operator, or was it really the captain's choice to go out?
Actually, Member Engelmann-Connors, Morgan Terrell will be covering those very issues in his presentation. We can discuss them now.
Well, I'm more interested just on the weather part of the conversation. How much conversation occurred about the weather that day?
As the weather came in, there was some conversation among the senior captain on the water and the other boats for that company that were operating in the harbor.
And was there any conversation between boats, any boat-to-boat notice or conversation, or, hey, I'm at the bridge, it's looking bad, or any type of chatter?
Member Engelmann-Connors, the weather during that day, there was a small craft advisory in place, and the captain noted the weather conditions in the morning when he went to work. They operated all day long. There were some weather systems in the morning. It cleared up in the early afternoon, and all the boats in the fleet were operating during those conditions the entire day. And prior to the accident, when the conditions started to deteriorate rapidly, the captain and the office manager in the office and the senior captain in the water began monitoring the weather very closely. The captain, unfortunately, had already left the fort when the weather really set in. And in my presentation, I'll tell you kind of the decision process that developed. However, there was some concern by the office manager and the senior captain in the water moments before the accident that there was some traffic between the radios after the time the captain left the fort.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Engelmann-Connors. Member Hersman?
Thank you for your presentation. I understand we're not making any recommendations to the National Weather Service because of the review that they implemented and the 11 recommendations that they had internally. Are these recommendations being implemented system-wide?
There are, some of the recommendations are, the one with the terminal Doppler weather radar integration is a system-wide integration. The training recommendations will be distributed to the various regions for their use as they see fit. The integration of the surface weather data, such as the weather bug observation sites, will be a national program.
And you mentioned in your presentation that 7 recommendations are currently being implemented and 4 are progressing. What's the difference between currently being implemented and
Well,
progressing?
the training aspects of the recommendations will be, the training workshops are going to take place next month. And those would include those 7 recommendations.
Okay.
So they're not quite implemented, they're being implemented. The 4 in progress are dealing with more of a longer term recommendations dealing with the integration of weather data.
And we feel comfortable with what's going on, that we don't need to make a recommendation or don't need to conduct follow-up on the implementation of those 11 recommendations?
At this time, we don't need to propose any or make any recommendations, but we definitely plan to conduct follow-up on their actions.
And how do we know if it's successful? Have we seen the sort of delay that we saw in this accident in other accidents in the past? Is this something that was new, that we'd never seen before?
No, I believe no, it wasn't. It isn't new. It's I think it was a case that the forecaster were watching these storms moving out of West Virginia and across western Maryland and then across the Baltimore harbor area. According to their testimony, they believe that this activity was going to diminish over the next couple of hours. And then when they obtained some surface data that indicated that the wind started gusting, then essentially they were playing catch up to get an advisory out.
So how do we know that something like this won't happen again? Because we've got recommendations that go to the Coast Guard to look at limiting vessel operations in certain wind conditions or weather, things like that. And the Coast Guard can implement our recommendations, but if there's not adequate notice of those conditions, you know, and in fact, it seemed that the operator at the company's land site actually checked you know, when the senior captain called in and said, "What's going on? It looks like a storm's coming," and she checked the radar, not realizing that her return was that she was getting on the radar, you know, was not timely, and she said, "Oh, it looks like they're going to miss us." And so, you know, if they don't get good weather information, they can't even implement some of the policies that we want them to do in our recommendations. How do we check to make sure that they are getting timely notice on weather conditions?
Well, with the weather radar presentation you're talking about, there is a delay in the dissemination of that information because the radar is a scanning radar. It starts at a certain time and it scans all the way up through a number of elevation angles. So it could be 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the image is transmitted over the internet or to WeatherBug. Those images are time stamped, so you get an image, it'll tell you what the time is of the image, so you know that it may be 10 minutes earlier or 15 minutes earlier or 5 minutes earlier.
Well, I know that I've pulled up those you know, weather.com sites you know, at home, and I really never realized that it wasn't real time because you hit the reload and you know you get an image, and I think probably most people don't realize that it's not a real time thing and there could potentially be a delay. But my concern is more the issue of the special marine warning, that our report concluded that they had the information that they needed at 1500. They could have issued the advisory by 1530, but they didn't issue it until 1605. How can the National Weather Service make sure that those special marine warnings get issued in a timely manner?
I think the integration of these other data sources, I keep talking about this WeatherBug system. The WeatherBug wind sensors throughout Maryland indicated the progression of these storms and the progression of the strong gusty winds throughout, you know, through Maryland, through the Baltimore harbor area. And I believe if that was integrated into their weather data and analysis system, that they would have gotten or issued a special marine warning at least 20 minutes prior to the accident.
The National Weather Service would have.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And do we think that they will in the future?
Well, again, it's a man technology product, the forecast, and I would hope so, that they would, given the information.
Is there anything contained in the 11 recommendations that they are kind of have it for a self-assessment to make sure that the training and the technology and the things that they do actually result in changed behavior or improved?
Yes, I believe some of the recommendations do address that.
Okay. I'd appreciate it if we could just follow up on that to make sure, since we're not making any recommendations to them, just to make sure that they do have some sort of assessment tool to make sure that the work that they're doing is effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hersman. Member Higgins.
I want to pursue the same line of questioning. We talked about this yesterday when we had a chance to meet. As I understand it, we say on page 121 of our report that as forecasters as early as 1501 could have had the information, they could have issued a special marine warning, and yet it didn't happen for over an hour. On page, we also talk back in the weather section about the fact that the wind gust at Reagan National was identified at 15:44. That was 10 minutes before the accident. They issued a short-term forecast at 15:49. The boat departed at 15:44. So there was certainly ample time to have put out or there was certainly ample time if they had used the information that apparently was available to them. I guess as I look at this accident, what I'm troubled by is the fact that the Seaport Taxi, it seems to me, were following procedures. I mean, they were monitoring the weather through their contract, the weather bug system. It turns out, as you were explaining to me, that really doesn't give them, she was waiting for an alert, she didn't get an alert, at least she didn't hear one. That doesn't really give them the information that they need, apparently, in terms of anything that would say that there's a problem out there. In fact, that if I'm understanding this correctly, the weather bug information really gets fed to the National Weather Service, and it's up to them to turn it around and put it together with some kind of warning. And what we've documented here is over an hour delay of monitoring these storms, making some assumptions about what was supposed to happen, and actually not acting on it for a number of reasons until after the accident had occurred. We aren't making recommendations in this area, but if you look at the recommendations of the National Weather Service, I'm really, we make recommendations that say, thou shalt. These are recommendations that are really should plan, should support, should consider, explore options, local training. I mean, it feels, as an old government bureaucrat, that's pretty soft. There's nothing in here that says they should change their procedures. And that's what I'm concerned about. I think training is great, but it's a question in my mind of what are the procedures here, and were the guys at Sterling following procedures? We say that they had the information available, but they didn't take advantage of it. I feel like there's a disconnect between what our report shows and these recommendations, which are still in the process of being implemented and which are pretty soft, and nothing. What's the hardest thing that they're doing to really make sure that this problem doesn't happen again?
I don't believe the procedures are a problem. The forecasters were actively monitoring the systems, but their mindset was that the echoes were going to diminish in intensity as they moved eastward. Using the information, there wasn't a lot of ground truth available to them. We note in the report some ASOS observations, Martinsburg, some other ones west of the Baltimore Harbor. You also mentioned the gust at National Airport. Well, that was reported at 15:44, but not available to the Weather Service office till about 15:50 or 15:51. So there was a time lag in that. So I think with the implementation, especially of these other surface weather observation systems into the National Weather Service system, that if they had that information of the weather bug information, for instance, showing gusts of 57 miles an hour with these systems, with these weather echoes, that they would have issued a special marine warning 20 minutes prior to the accident. So I don't think it's procedures. I don't think they need to change the procedures. They have a procedure. If they're expecting wind gusts of 34 knots or greater to affect marine interest, they need to forecast. They need to issue a special marine warning. In this case, they didn't think, looking at the weather echoes as well as the ground truth that they had available to them, that a special marine warning needed to be issued until they got the information from National Airport, and then it was issued subsequent to the accident.
Well, I mean, hindsight is 20/20. If you look at the chart that we prepared on page 45 and following it from West Virginia to Reagan, it's at almost 37 knots at 1440. It's continuing to move west, it goes down a little bit and then bops back up. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it at this point. I'm concerned, I guess, or that we haven't made any recommendations in this area. And I guess I would urge that we pursue it more aggressively in terms of making sure that this is implemented, because I think that from the standpoint, if you're on this water taxi out in Baltimore Harbor, Sterling, Virginia is a long way away, and I think they were trying, at least my impression is, that Seaport Taxi was using the best tools available to them to monitor this. I think assuming that that would give them the information they needed. It turns out that that's a feeder of information, if I understand the system, and it's really up to the Weather Service to aggregate that data and activate the warning, which is what would have alerted them that there was a problem. And I guess I find that a bigger breach of responsibility than is indicated in this report. Just one point of clarification. A small craft warning versus a special marine warning, was the Lady D covered under a small craft warning?
There was a small craft advisory in effect, yes. Not warning,
Or
advisory.
small craft advisory?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Advisories are issued for hazardous weather conditions that are not expected to pose a threat to life or property, but can, depending on, I guess if you had a sailboat out there and you had a gust of 20 miles an hour or 20 knots, you may flip over, so there's as far as that person's concerned, there's a hazard. But usually advisories are of lesser intensity than warnings, which do pose a threat to life and property. Tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warning, high wind warnings.
So there was concern about this weather of the previous day, because this small craft advisory had been
Had
issued
been in
the day
effect for
before,
over 24
and was
hours.
still in effect.
Yes, yes.
Again, I'm not quite sure what the follow-up procedure is, Mr. Spencer, but I really do think this is an area we need to monitor more carefully, because I'm not totally comfortable with the work plan of the National Weather Service. I just don't think it's substantial enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Higgins. Before I ask for a follow-up question, I've been a user of the National Weather Service information, sailing on the Chesapeake for almost 20 years, and found it to be quite useful. In this particular case, was this really an issue of interpretation rather than anything else?
I think you could say that, at least in part, it's interpretation. It was the forecaster's judgment that this activity was not going to result in gusts that would have resulted in a special marine warning.
And based on interpretation, again, these are professionals, this is what they do for a living. What is the Weather Service now doing to try to provide for understanding of these types of weather phenomenon? Is there a more intense training program going on? Are they going to be a bit more conservative? How are they going to, in some way, shape, or form, prevent this type of misinterpretation from happening again? Or are you telling me that there's nothing you can do when you have human interpretation?
Well, there is something you can do, and what the National Weather Service is doing is the training and workshops they're putting together based on the weather or the meteorology of this accident to show that even though the data that they had available was showing, or the mindset was that this activity was going to diminish, that in fact it didn't diminish, and they got caught behind the power curve, so to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Engelman Connors?
I think we're all sharing some of the same angst and concern about weather reporting, but I think we're walking around what I see as the more important issue. I was a liveaboard on a houseboat for 3 years, so I lived by my weather radio. The acting chairman for 20 plus years has been a boater, and we all
Started when I was very young, just so you know.
when he was 6, yes, and taller.
Yeah.
We're talking about something different here. We're not talking about a family looking at the weather, deciding to take the sailboat out or the 21-footer out or something like that. We're talking about a passenger taxi. And whether it was operated as a nonprofit or whatever, we're talking about passenger service here. That's what was involved here. This wasn't a family outing with tragic consequences therein. It was family outings on a passenger service vessel, which to me indicates a need for a higher standard of care in some aspect. This became, through its process, through the way it was formed, public transportation. However it was set up on a corporate basis, whether they call it a learning center or this or that, this was in essence public transportation. And the impact of this is going to have an impact on public transportation as we look at pontoon boats or similar vessels for that very purpose of shuttling back and forth across the bay, whether it's from the Chesapeake Bay or it's Reagan National to DC or any of these other. This particular accident has amazing and important impact on the potential of water vessels used for public transit. And so I think it's really important to not just say, well, the weather advisory said this or the captain did that, but let's look at the larger policy issues here involved on what kind of standard of care are we going to have for water vessels who become public use or public transit vehicles, in essence. And that's what's really happening. And I have a definite concern here because for over almost 24 hours, this fast mover was being tracked. The potential for gusts were there, and in fact, we indicate that 45-mile-an-hour gusts. I am not going to get out on a boat in 45-mile-an-hour winds. Very few people are, maybe the U.S. Navy, but nothing smaller. So I think we need to look at not just the standard protocol. Were they informed? Are they being trained? But we're talking about a different type of use, and I think that's what we're missing here. This wasn't recreational boating. And the people who boarded that vessel were dependent, just like the people who board an airplane, or people who get on a commercial bus, or people who get on Amtrak. They were dependent that when they got on that vessel, that they were going to be safe and they were going to be transported from point A to point B safely. And that's the issue I think we're missing on both our report and our recommendations, that we're too narrowly keeping it within the box that we understand of this is a boat and how does it operate. Because in essence, this became public transit, and I think that we need to look at the larger policy issues. And I don't feel that the report completely does that.
Thank you, Member Ingham and Connor. So one final question before we move to the next segment. Did we get, in our research and in our investigation, any evidence that any other vessels had been affected, either knocked down, say small sailboats, in any way, shape, or form while they were out in that area on the bay? Do we know that?
Mr. Chairman, we have no information that any boats were affected by this weather, that were capsized or any other way.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move to the next segment.
Okay, the next segment will be Captain Terrell.
Thank you. Good morning. Staff examined the weather policies of Seaport Taxi and the decision by the master of the Lady D to leave the fort on the day of the accident. The operations group examined the Seaport Taxi Company policies and procedures related to weather and operations, its information gathering system, the role the master or captain had in the accident, and his decision to cross the harbor. The company's standing instruction for operating in inclement weather was to have the masters proceed to a safe place and tie up when visibility was dramatically reduced, when lightning was in the immediate area, or when sustained wind was over 15 knots or had gusts of 30 to 35 knots, depending on the operating route. Seaport Taxi's policy, while not written, did have standing instructions to their masters and employees with defined operating parameters. This demonstrated the company recognized and attempted to mitigate the risks of operating in harsh weather conditions. The policies and other company guidelines were communicated to their employees through training, classroom sessions, to newly hired operators during management check rides, and through on-the-job training. Seaport Taxi monitored the weather at this desk shown in the photograph, with a computerized weather provider called WeatherBug. This is a commercial weather network which gathered and disseminated weather data. If certain warnings were issued, an audible alarm would alert the user. The office manager did not receive an audible alarm that day. During day-to-day operations, the manager at Seaport Taxi would radio information about the weather either at her own initiative or in response to questions from a master in the fleet. Additionally, the senior master on the water monitored conditions and could order boats to tie up. The company also expected their masters to use good seamanship and common sense, not to operate in conditions in which a Coast Guard licensed master was not comfortable. Management did not want to hamper independent decisions and expected their masters to exercise judgment. The master was a U.S. Coast Guard licensed master and had operated the boat for over a year. In the past, the master of the Lady D had properly alerted the company to make vessel changes for the Fort McHenry route when weather conditions exceeded the company guidelines. On the day of the accident, the captain had checked the weather on television before going to work and noted that the afternoon forecast did not mention storms. From his first trip at 10 a.m. until just before the last trip on the Lady D, the actual conditions were consistent with the initial forecast. While departing from the fort, the captain began receiving conflicting weather cues. This photograph, taken by a Lady D passenger shortly before boarding, shows the changing weather conditions the captain observed. This photo was taken from the fort at Fort McHenry, looking northeast. The fireboat pier would be in the center of the picture. Once the master of the Lady D boarded passengers, the wind picked up and it began to rain. He faced a decision with conflicting informational cues. The factors favorable to continuing the trip to Fells Point included the master's experience. He had operated the Lady D previously in windy conditions and in rain, and consequently was experienced in taking the vessel out in less than perfect conditions and safely returning. The weather forecast the master had monitored did not call for any storm conditions, and the company had normally provided reliable weather warnings in the past. On the other hand, the master had to account for the unfavorable conditions he began to observe, which included the visible deteriorating sky conditions, the increasing rain, and the increase in wind. However, all these factors were still within the company weather criteria for vessel operations. The master proceeded. The captain then received radio transmissions from the senior master in the water and the office manager to tie up at a safe place. He agreed. The conditions had become considerably worse. Until that time, he had made a commitment to continue to Fells Point instead of returning to the fort. Human factors research has shown that the cognitive effort required to alter a decision once it's been acted upon is greater than it would have been if the action had not been taken at all. And taking into consideration that the master was facing a dynamic situation and made a commitment by leaving the pier, and that previous office guidance had provided operators with sufficient weather warnings, the master of the Lady D did not return to the fort and was subsequently caught by the fast approaching weather system. At this time, the conditions were dynamic and there was a critical need for up-to-date information. When the office manager responded to the senior master's order to tie up the boats, she was probably looking at an earlier Doppler image from WeatherBug when radioing the fleet that the worst of the storm would miss them. The timeliness of the broadcast Doppler image depends upon how long it takes a weather information provider to upload the data feed from the National Weather Service, and that a more recently updated display would have shown a more detailed picture of the impending conditions. The operator and other boaters, as you've noted, rely heavily on NOAA alerts and NOAA weather radio. As a result, the fleet was given relatively old weather information from the office. After the accident, Seaport Taxi did make some changes in their operations, although they're out of business today. They created a written policy including a table of wind criteria for their masters to follow, and made sure that all their boats were equipped with a NOAA weather radio alert system so they could receive information directly from forecasters as information became available. Considering that Seaport Taxi had a policy guiding operations in adverse weather, the captain acted in accordance with those guidelines and was facing a decision affected by opposing factors, Staff believes that the weather information available to Seaport Taxi at the time of the accident did not accurately reflect the impending storm conditions. This compromised efforts to adhere to safe operating procedures. Staff is prepared to answer your questions at this time.
Thank you, Captain Terrell. Excellent presentation. Member Engelmann Connors?
I'm going to mix fish and fowl here, and I apologize to the later presentations, but Captain Terrell, thank you again, as usual. But when you were talking about the pros and cons and the decision process and the human factors involved, there were other factors. We had a very full vessel, did he not?
Yes, he did. He had 23 passengers and another crew member, including himself.
Right, so we're talking 25 folks, and
That's
that
right.
would be considered full, would it not, for that particular taxi service?
Yes.
All right. And he had a full vessel. He had his own eyes.
Yes.
And if we look at that photograph again, I can assure you it was much more dramatic than that particular photograph indicates. So he had his own eyes. He had a full vessel. He had children on board, correct?
Yes. Three children.
3 children on board. Now, did he have information that there were passengers waiting to be picked up at the next pier?
Actually, they left 4 passengers at the fort. So when they picked up passengers at the fort, they had a full load, and there were 2 couples that were not picked up.
Right, but where they were going next, were there people expecting to
No,
embark?
the fort was closing, and so there would have been no further passengers coming back.
Okay. And was there a certain kind of timeline of operations that they were expected? You know, you stay so long and then you move on. I mean, is there a certain schedule that the operators were supposed to follow as how long you would stay in one place and when you would be expected to come back?
No, typically it was sort of an at-will arrangement. It was a 30-minute turnaround, so passengers that missed the boat would pick up the next boat. However, the fort was closing for the evening, so this would have been the last boat of the
Okay.
day.
Well, as a captain, and I'm just asking for your subjective thoughts, you've got a full vessel, you've got a rapidly changing, if not deteriorating, wind condition and weather condition. You're getting information, but your eyes are looking and you're hearing other information. You've got a full vessel and you've got children on board, and then you decide to go out and you don't issue any safety warning and you don't tell people to put life jackets on. Is that correct, of what happened here?
Well, as far as the weather standpoint, your observations are correct. He had a full boat. The conditions were deteriorating. However, when he left the fort, it had just begun to rain. They were allowed to operate in rain and did so frequently, and had done so on and off throughout the day. They had operated during periods of small craft advisories in their normal course of operations, and they relied heavily on the NOAA weather radio, which the boat was equipped. As an operator, they actually had exceeded expectations. In some respects, they had an office manager monitoring the radio. Some one-boat operators don't even have that. So it's very crucial to have that NOAA weather warning that severe weather is impending.
I understand that, but I listen to WTOP religiously coming in on the Greenway every day, and I can tell you that when this traffic stopped in front of me and they haven't reported it yet, I don't keep plowing on.
No, you're
stop.
correct.
I mean, when I have personal indications that something is other than I've been advised through any type of broadcast, and I'm watching the weather, and I have personal knowledge of how to drive a vehicle, and yet I'm hearing a very steady on the 8 reporting from WTOP on traffic, as we all probably do, I'm still adding my own personal decision process into my route and what I do as a driver. And I feel that this was somewhat lacking therein. But I am concerned, and I hope, are we going to address it later about why and when, as far as the safety warnings and why people were not advised, hey, it's looking rough, let's get the life jackets on, or by the way, here they are again, et cetera, because that was lacking, was it not?
I'll let Mary Beard do that in her presentation. One last remark. It is possible to make, in hindsight, this was obviously a very tragic decision and an incorrect one as in hindsight shows. However, the process in which he made that decision, the rationale in which he was conflicted is consistent with an operator facing those kinds of decisions. So while in hindsight it may not have been a good decision, the process in which he used, the factors in which he had to consider were not inconsistent with his experience and background. Unlike ourselves, with many more years' experience, perhaps a different decision may have been made, but I wasn't there.
Well, I wasn't there either, and I am suggesting, though, that once again, when you are responsible for other people's lives, that a conservative decision, I think, is generally a better rule than not. And no matter what the indicators or standard operating procedure, there were 24 other lives involved in this decision. It was a rapidly changing condition. And I think that it's not just hindsight speaking, but it is an observation that there was a conservative approach, there's a possibility of standard operating procedure or an aggressive approach. And it was not the conservative approach that was chosen.
Yes.
Thank you, Member Ingham and Connors. Member Hersman? Thank you. Member Higgins?
Thank you. In your presentation, which I thought was very helpful, you mentioned the pros and cons, and you mentioned winds. Did the Lady D or Seaport Taxi have the capacity to monitor winds independently of the weather bug or the National Weather Service information?
The mate on board the Lady D that day actually had a portable wind gauge and determined that the wind was light. I think it was between 5 and 10 knots when they left the fort. So the mate, the crew member, actually had a portable wind gauge with him.
So it deteriorated that rapidly between the time they...
Yes, and you have to also understand that the fort is somewhat protected
Right.
where they were compared to where the boat was actually capsized out in the middle of the harbor. So where they were may have been partially contributed to that shelter.
So the wind gauge monitors where you are at the point in time. It doesn't... They don't
Right.
have
It's a small portable device that you hold up.
Okay. They didn't have the capacity to monitor independently of, I mean, looking...
No.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the office manager was a dispatcher for these water taxis?
The office manager had various roles in the organization. Primarily would be similar to a dispatcher, handling the day-to-day operations, communications within the fleet, monitoring the weather. Any problems that came up, mechanical, she would call a mechanic or, to arrange. So it's the point of contact ashore.
Okay. What was her background and experience as far as boating and an ability to judge the weather independently of relying on the systems that they employed?
It's a limited, I would say, a limited background. Her husband also worked in the organization, was a boater. She had been around boats for some time, but as far as a captain or some sort of licensed capacity, no, limited.
Okay. And the ultimate decision to go or no go, was that the captain's or was that the, tell me again how that judgment
Sure.
process works?
Ultimately, always the master is always in charge of the vessel. The captain, in this case, left the fort. It was ultimately his decision. When he left the fort, the conditions that he was currently experiencing were within the company guidelines. When he reached the middle, that's when the senior captain of the fort, who was a senior captain on the water, who was in a different location, where the weather actually hit the other part of the harbor, then more or less issues orders, more or less tie up all the boats as a company decision, more of a widespread type fleet. But every captain could tie up the boat for any reason, should he decide to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Higgins. Captain Terrell, how would you characterize the master's experience on this vessel?
Yes, the captain had been around boats for about 10 years. This is a retirement job for him. He personally owned 2 different boats for about 10 years leading up to getting a license. This was his second season. He operated the Lady D for an entire prior season, and he held a U.S. Coast Guard 50-ton inland license, which he was licensed for.
In your judgment, is it different to operate a pontoon boat than a monohull?
Absolutely.
Is there special training that's necessary?
Yes, and before being certified to operate one of their boats, Seaport Taxi would take their captains out to make sure they were proficient in handling the boats, particularly docking.
When you talk about the proficiency training, what does it do? Tell me how you go about doing it. How many hours might it be before you can begin to be somewhat proficient in that vessel, or at least proficient enough to begin the process of moving passengers?
I think it also depends on the individual boating experience of the person being trained, but in this particular case, probably several days to a week to make sure the person was comfortable, and their concern was docking, because you dock these boats bow first and load passengers, and the pontoon boats didn't handle quite the same way as a monohull boat, so
A lot of freeboard in that area?
the boat doesn't have much freeboard, that's correct.
Not in this kind, not in this design.
No.
Okay. What about his experience as it relates to other passenger vessels?
No, this was his first professional job as a mariner, seaport taxi.
And this was his second season.
That's correct.
And how long does the season last?
Typically, say from March through October, I believe.
And you see these kinds of, had he had a good deal of experience on the Chesapeake Bay?
Yes, he owned 2 vessels of his own.
So-
Or actually larger vessels.
And you get to see, at least in my experience, these kinds of storms are not unique. You see them and you understand what the potential can be, and they blow by and then it's over. Is that correct generally?
Generally, the front passes in the storm. And then actually that day when the rescue was going on, you could see some photographs of fairly benign conditions.
Was there some kind of a schedule that needed to be adhered to for some reason?
No, the company had provisions to bus passengers from the fort back to Baltimore if necessary. They'd done so on some previous occasions.
How long does it take for such a front maybe to go by on a normal type of front like this?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes, perhaps.
Now, the only other question I'm trying to understand is, if he would have seen this type of atmospheric condition, the clouds, they looked menacing, at least in the pictures they did. That type of thing to me, and to member Engelman Connors, who also was a boater, I can tell you that I wouldn't have wanted to go out there. I would have stayed behind and waited for it to go by, given it's not for days that we have to wait for this. It's for, we're talking about limited amounts of time. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it's important to understand that unlike a recreational boater who chooses to pick and choose the window of operation, a professional boater in this case, while not under any strict schedule pressure, is operating a boat for a purpose, and had operated the boat before in rain and wind conditions and so forth, and felt comfortable that he'd done so before, and relied on the NOAA weather radio. He always received alerts in the past, and the company had always given him prior warning of something severe which he needed to tie up for.
Thank you very much. An excellent, excellent explanation, and I appreciate your answers. Member Engelman Connors, do you have a follow-up?
I'm sorry, I just have one question. Could you
Sure.
clarify on page 51 of our report where it says the Seaport Taxi Office Manager indicated that on the day of the accident, she did not hear the distinctive beep emitted by her computer when WeatherBug issues a weather announcement. Does that mean she did not hear it and one was issued, or she did not hear it because one was not issued?
I'll defer to Mr. Salatalo on the beeping part.
The WeatherBug would alert if a warning was issued, but at the time of the capsizing, special marine warnings weren't part of the package that was disseminated by WeatherBug.
All right, I'm still trying to understand how we phrased it in our report. She said she did not hear the distinctive beep. Sometimes when we have things like that, it happened, but the operator did not hear it. I'm asking, did it or did not it occur? The beep, did it, or was a beep issued during that time?
There were no warnings issued that would have initiated or
Okay,
resulted
so-
in a beep.
All right, so it wasn't that she didn't hear it, there wasn't one to hear.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to the vessel certification section.
Can I just ask one more question?
Certainly, Member Higgins.
Because I think this, help me understand again in terms of the WeatherBug, because I think this is, they purchased this service. This is a private weather reporting service that Seaport Taxi contracted with to give them weather reports. Is that correct?
Well, it's free. It's free software.
it's
There,
free.
there's various software levels. There's a premium software or whatever, but you can get it free if you want it.
But when you said that WeatherBug at the time didn't have the capacity to issue warnings,
No, I said it didn't have the capacity to issue a special marine warning. Severe
right?
thunderstorm, tornado, those warnings would go
Because
out.
those warnings come from the National Weather Service. Is that correct?
Those warnings come from the National Weather Service.
And in this case, to go back to our earlier discussion, there was no special marine, or the special marine warning was issued after the accident occurred.
That's correct, but WeatherBug at the time did not have the capability, or they did not ingest special marine warnings to issue to their clients.
So how would Seaport Taxi have been notified if there was a special marine warning?
Not on WeatherBug, NOAA Weather Radio. Would have been the quickest way that would have occurred.
And did they have NOAA Weather Radio?
Yes. Yes, they did.
So they were monitoring two different systems, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Higgins. We'll move to the next section, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Chairman. The next presentation will be vessel certification issues related to the cause of the accident. Vessel certification is the process used by the Coast Guard to review a commercial vessel's construction details for compliance with safety regulations and to establish its operating restrictions. The Lady D was built in March 1996 and was certified by the Coast Guard to operate as a commercial small passenger vessel. The Lady D was the third in a series of 4 similarly constructed vessels. The series of 4 vessels listed in the order of construction were the Fells Point Princess, the Raven, the Lady D, and the Misty Harbor II. The 3 vessels built after the Fells Point Princess were each determined by the Coast Guard to have a high degree of similarity and were granted sister vessel status to the Fells Point Princess. Sister vessel status carried certification benefits, as will be discussed in more detail in a moment. The 4 vessels did share a number of similarities, such as they were all pontoon vessels with similar dimensions of about 36 feet long and 8 feet wide. They all had similarly sized superstructure or cabins for the carriage of passengers. They all had circular pontoons of about 24 inches in diameter, and they were all propelled by a single outboard engine. However, the vessels did have some significant differences, and this table highlights those differences. The first vessel in the series, the Fells Point Princess, was built in Baltimore by an individual, whereas the 3 subsequent vessels were built in Pennsylvania by a small boat builder known as Susquehanna Santee Boat Works, or SSBW. The first vessel, the Fells Point Princess, was built in 1986, and the next boat in the chain of 4, the Raven, was built some 7 years later. The third vessel, the Lady D, was built 3 years after that. And finally, the cabin enclosures of the first 2 vessels were different in their extent of enclosure in that they did not have glass windows and doors, whereas the last 2 vessels did have the windows and doors. Staff estimated the weight of the Lady D's windows and doors to be several hundred pounds. This slide shows photos of the 4 sister vessels. In the upper left corner is the vessel formerly known as the Fells Point Princess, and later renamed the Patricia P. It was the first vessel in the series. The upper right photo shows the Raven, the second vessel in the series, and the lower left photo is of the Lady D. And finally, the lower right photo is of the Misty Harbor II. Coast Guard guidance allowed sister vessel status to be granted to 2 vessels if they were built by the same builder from the same general plans within about a 2-year period. As was shown in the previous slide, the sister vessels did not fully meet the guidance for the receipt of sister vessel status. One component of the Coast Guard's process to assess the stability of a small passenger vessel was a simplified stability test. The test was called simplified because it was relatively easy and inexpensive method by which the owner of a vessel could demonstrate compliance with the stability standards. By policy, the Coast Guard could exempt follow-on sister vessels from their own instability test. A simplified stability test involves shifting weights on the deck of the vessel to achieve a calculated heeling moment. Monohull and pontoon vessels each had their own distinct test protocol that was to be used in the testing each type of vessel. Test documents for the first pontoon vessel in the series, the Fells Point Princess, indicate that it was subjected to a simplified stability test. The monohull rather than a pontoon protocol was used. Because the Lady D was granted sister vessel status to the Fells Point Princess, it did not have a stability test done on it. Monohull and pontoon vessels have distinct stability characteristics, and staff believes that the load for which the pontoon vessel Lady D was certificated was based on a monohull simplified stability test on the Fells Point Princess, which was not appropriate for pontoon vessels. Just as a point of clarification, a monohull vessel has one hull, whereas pontoon vessels have two or more distinct hulls. These photographs illustrate the basic difference. The top two photos are of monohull vessels, and the bottom photo is of two pontoon vessels tied side by side. Returning now to the previous slide, the error made in the stability test on the first vessel in the series resulted in it being certified to carry more passengers than was appropriate. Because the three subsequent vessels in the series were granted sister vessel status to the Fells Point Princess, they were not subjected to their own independent stability test, and this error in capacity certification was carried through to each vessel in the series. In its certification of the Lady D, it's likely that had the Coast Guard recognized the significant differences between it and the Fells Point Princess, the Coast Guard would not have granted sister vessel status to it. The differences in passenger capacities resulting from independent tests might have led to a discovery of the procedural error, and corrective measures would have been taken. This table shows the sister vessels' original capacities and their capacities after retesting. As mentioned before, the first vessel in the series was subjected to a stability test, and it was certified to carry 25 persons. Subsequently, the follow-on vessels were granted sister vessel status, and their stability test was not evaluated by independent stability tests, but rather the first vessel stability test was extended to the three subsequent vessels. The second column of the table indicates that all four vessels were certified to carry 25 passengers on their original certificates of inspection, or COI. However, various weight and arrangement differences between the four sister vessels resulted in a significant variation in the number of passengers that they should have been certified to carry. Following the accident, the Safety Board and the Coast Guard evaluated the stability of the vessels and determined that they could carry varying numbers of persons. The third column of the table, we see that if the vessels were properly evaluated using the pontoon vessel simplified stability test, or the PSST, as specified in Coast Guard regulations, the person capacities varied from 14 to 19 persons. Therefore, the staff believes that as a result of the sister vessel status being granted to the Raven, the Lady D, and the Misty Harbor, all four pontoon vessels in the series had serious deficiencies in stability as a result of the inappropriate stability test used to determine the number of persons allowed on all the vessels. Although it was the Lady D that was involved in this accident, the potential risk of a capsize event was substantially the same for all four vessels during their years of operation. That concludes my presentation on vessel certification issues. Staff is prepared to answer questions in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Rafi. Member Engelman Connors, do you have any questions?
The Fells Point Princess was a pontoon boat?
Yes, it was.
but the testing, stability test was for a monohull vessel.
That's correct.
Why? I understand they did it, it's a simplified test, but why?
The test was done shortly after the vessel was built in 1992, and at that time, the regulations, the CFRs, only included a simplified test for monohull vessels, and there was a standard test form or job aid for monohull vessels. The guidance for pontoon vessels was contained in a separate document called the Marine Safety Manual, and it was not as explicit and it was not covered in regulations as was the monohull test. And we're not sure of the exact reason why the error was made, but the inspector that was assigned to test the vessel selected the wrong test form.
It is somewhat amazing to me that that could have been done. There was a chapter, was there not, on pontoon vessels?
In the Marine Safety Manual, correct?
Yes.
It was a test method that had been developed.
And so pontoon vessels were addressed.
Yes, they were.
All right. And it seems to me, if I remember when I was getting my boat inspected by the Coast Guard and the like, there's actually a little box that you check and you put in hull type and then you put in what kind of hull you have on a boat. Is that not correct? States so on the certificate, hull type, and you fill it in.
Yes.
So are we talking just a simple human error, or was this some kind of procedural aspect that was duplicated throughout the nation on any boats that were being tested? In other words, is this a one-time event? Or are you telling me that all pontoon boats were tested under a totally different type of craft?
We believe that it was mainly a one-time human error type event, that the inspector perhaps was not familiar with pontoon vessels. Perhaps his experience was with monohull and didn't realize that a different test protocol was required.
Well, that gives me some comfort in that this was hopefully not extrapolated throughout the entire system, the differentiation or the lack of differentiation between a monohull and a pontoon vessel. That would cause me great concern. I think Member Higgins would share that with me on that. So you feel that this was a one-time error, I mean, very specific even to the point of this particular inspector and this particular vessel versus something that's system-wide or potentially system-wide or even throughout in other areas within the system?
Yes, the original error, of course, was made in 1992, which was a number of years ago. We have no reason to believe that it was a system-wide problem. In fact, after the accident, the Coast Guard did go out and reevaluate the stability of all the pontoon vessels in commercial service, and just to verify that no other errors had been made, and if they were, that corrective action was taken.
Okay. Is there any potential of this kind of misunderstanding in other vessel certifications or types that you're aware of when you start looking at how the system, I mean, did you look to see whether this could potentially be duplicated anywhere else, or hopefully this is just a one-time
Yeah, we didn't
situation?
see any place where this sort of error could be committed again on other types of vessels.
Okay. And now, if the vessel, the Fells Point Princess, was built in 1992, she was put in service the same year?
That's correct.
Okay. And then subsequently other vessels were built and put in. Were there any actual on-site or physical inspections that would have continued by the Coast Guard during her terms in service, any of their terms in service? Or was it strictly paper recertification each year when they registered or the like? What type of physical inspection would or would not have been conducted by the Coast Guard?
The Coast Guard issued a certificate of inspection which was valid for 5 years, and the vessel was subjected to annual re-inspections to verify that it continued compliance with regulations. And it was actually a physical inspection of the hull and all the mechanical systems.
Okay. But during that, and this is something I don't know, I'm asking, during that, would the original certification have any reference to the type of test that was done? I mean, was there any way to find out this error before it happened, that the original vessel and thus subsequent sister vessels were certificated as a monohull testing? Was there any other reference to that in subsequent years, or is that a one-time event that got buried in the paperwork and couldn't be refound?
Yeah, that error was not very visible, certainly not during the annual inspection. The stability letter for the vessel contain a reference to a sister vessel status to a previous vessel.
But not to the actual type of
Not
test
to
that
the
was
actual type of
conducted?
test. That would have to come from the vessel file of the first vessel in the class.
So is there any way that the Coast Guard could have discovered this oddity, if not mistake, during their subsequent inspections?
No, not to our knowledge. There was no easy way to discover the error.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Engelman Connors. Member Hersman.
Thank you for your presentation, and just as advance notice, I'm going to be interested in slides 3 and 8. Can you please describe to me the certification process used by the Coast Guard? Do they have a centralized office where they have certification standards and they have inspectors that are trained for certification, or do they expect each of their inspectors all throughout the country to be cross-trained in a number of disciplines, including certification of vessels?
No, vessel inspection is a specialty within the Coast Guard, and it's handled a particular division at the local level. In this case, it was done in Baltimore, which was previously called, I believe, Activities Baltimore. It's now Sector Baltimore.
So is that the only job responsibility that these inspectors have, is certification?
The inspectors do certification and periodic re-inspections, and primarily they have a separate investigations department which would investigate marine casualties, so that was not part of their responsibility.
So the sole responsibility for this inspector was actually being familiar with the certification requirements for vessels and conducting these certifications and doing recurrent inspections.
Correct. My understanding of the way it works.
Clearly, the mistake made using the monohull versus the pontoon seems to be a large one, even as someone not familiar with marine operations. That seems to be a large umbrella where you have a decision point. But after kind of that mistake was made, there were several other mistakes that were made. And I think the issue of granting sister status to these vessels, they weren't sisters. They didn't even have the same parents. I mean, a requirement for the sister status is to be built by the same company, individual, what have you. In this first slide, we know that somebody built the first boat in their backyard. And it's kind of confusing to me how this continual chain of kind of mistakes played out and was not detected. I was under the impression that maybe these Coast Guard inspectors had other responsibilities and they were cross-trained and so they had all these other requirements. But I look in our appendix for the simplified, at the simplified stability test, and it's very complex. There's a lot of measurements and a lot of calculations, and this is the one from October 2004 that was reissued. It just seems to me there's huge opportunities for individuals to make a mistake in these calculations and decisions that they make. Beyond the big error of whether it's a monohull or a pontoon, whether or not it was built by the same company within 2 years of each other. I mean, those are big mistakes. I think there's a potential for lots of smaller mistakes because, you know, it has enter in certain weights, enter in certain measurements, and, you know, somebody could transpose numbers and make a mistake when making these calculations. If there's the potential for these kinds of errors to occur in the original certification, and then this type of sister status is granted to subsequent vessels without ever going back and checking it, you can be duplicating the same mistake over and over again. And it doesn't give a margin for safety. And I think you mentioned that we asked the Coast Guard, or the Coast Guard independently went back and looked at all the pontoon vessels in commercial service to try to determine if similar type of mistake had been made. What did they find?
We don't really have the details of their findings. However, we're not aware of any similar type errors having been made on other vessels.
Okay, which leads me to slide number 8. In slide number 8, it talks about the original certification. And so now they went back and looked, and so these are 4 vessels that were the mistake from that original error. It's hard for me to kind of make sense of even these numbers. They don't seem to comport. Are the first 2 the ones that were partially enclosed deck houses, and the last 2 have the fully enclosed deck house?
That's correct.
What constitutes the Fells Point Princess having the same passenger load when it's partially enclosed as the Misty Harbor and the Lady D that were fully enclosed?
A major component of the difference between the weights was the enclosures, the degree of enclosures. As we said, the several hundred pounds worth of doors and windows. There are other aspects in the construction of the vessels that could attribute to a difference in weight. So it's primarily the weight, the lightship weight of the vessel that eventually becomes the limiting factor on the passenger carrying capacity.
So there's another big indicator that was potentially missed in addition to the construction and the test, the monohull test that was performed. It was the additional weight of the structure in granting the status was missed too. I think there were lots of steps where kind of mistakes were made, and I think that raises the point that there is the potential in this process, because it's done kind of on an ad hoc basis, is the potential for a lot of mistakes to occur. Was the contributing factor on the weight? I understand it was about 400 pounds additional weight on the accident vessel for the windows and the doors, the deck house structure. Was it the weight or the wind resistance that presented problems, or both?
I think the major issue was the wind, for the profile of the wind, which allowed for the greater wind healing moment to be developed.
Right.
The weight of the additional windows and doors was a couple of 2 or 3 passengers.
Yeah. So there's potentially another design issue with the wind resistance that could contribute to the potential for an accident.
Since the accident, the Coast Guard has revised their test protocol for pontoon vessels, and it has included a wind profile calculation, a wind healing profile to be considered as part of the certification process.
The Misty Harbor, is that the vessel that operates in Ohio on the river?
The Misty Harbor, no, that's out of service now.
Okay.
It previously did operate in Ohio, but it's now in storage.
Okay. When we saw that that some of these calculations resulted in different passenger loads, did we check them? Did we verify that they had been done correctly?
No, we didn't.
Okay. And I guess I did not kind of discuss this when Captain Terrell made his presentation and Mr. Salatolo, but I think the issue here, because it troubled me as well, why we didn't have as a contributing cause the lack of the weather information or issues about judgment, and it seemed that this is just an accident that was measured in minutes. Had this not been the last trip of the day, the vessel may have departed a few minutes earlier or a few minutes later, might have missed this. The weather advisory could have been issued earlier. The senior captain could have asked them to tie up a few minutes earlier. All of these things kind of were a confluence of, just missed opportunities and decisions that were made. But at the end of the day, if this vessel had been certificated properly with the proper passengers and the proper weight, would it still have capsized even with all of the other decisions being equal, without having the weather information, the vehicle transiting the harbor? Would it still have capsized if the certification had been done correctly?
That's going to be covered in fairly great detail by Mr. Henry, but the short answer is that it's far less likely that it would have capsized.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Hersman. Before I go to Member Higgins, with your indulgence, please, I want to follow up on a line of questioning that Member Hersman started with. And it may well be that I have to ask this question to Dr. Spencer and Captain Henry, being that they are naval architects. The issue of sister certification I find intriguing here, in that one, the Fells Point Princess was built in someone's, wherever it was built. And then sister status was granted to 3 other vessels, two of which did not have the same configuration. And yet when you began to do the pontoon stability test, you came up with 3 different numbers from allegedly the same boat builder. Now I can understand, for example, the Raven, because she did not have a fully enclosed cabin. But the Lady D and the Misty Harbor had fully enclosed cabins, and yet even after a sophisticated pontoon simple stability test, we still come up with 2 different numbers. Now, the only thing I can figure out is that I do know that the Lady D had a much larger engine than may have been recommended for the vessel, and that may have accounted for perhaps some additional weights. But I would ask that question to our 2 naval architects.
Yes, sir. The Misty Harbor and the Lady D were closer as far as sister vessel. The difference in the 2 numbers, and we're looking at 14 persons for the Lady D and 15 for the Misty Harbor. Where those 2 numbers can't come from are, the 14 was a number generated in our stability study. So it was not an actual physical test of the vessel, since the vessel no longer existed in a form that could be tested. The test on the Misty Harbor was a simplified stability test. So
you modeled, in essence, Lady D rather and a practical test. An actual pontoon simple stability test was done on the Misty Harbor.
that's correct.
Okay. Then I can understand how potentially that may have changed. Would you agree with that, Dr. Spencer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, the plan, I need to understand when you grant sister status according to the regulations, it says general plans. What does general plans mean when you can take one that does not have a full cabin, a partial cabin, and grant sister status to one that has full cabins? I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's a little confusing to us how it's some fairly obvious differences in vessel construction can pass as a sister vessel. However, small passenger vessels such as these really don't have detailed plans. It's more of and sometimes it's just a hand-drawn overview that really doesn't provide a lot of information. You just kind of have to perhaps look at the 2 vessels and compare them, and it's almost like a personal estimate of if they're close enough to be called sisters. And in this case, they probably thought they were close enough.
In this case, I mean, these are passenger carrying vessels. They are designed for passengers. These are not a party boat to go out with your friends on a lake somewhere.
That's correct. They are specifically designed as commercial passenger
Don't
vessels.
you think there needs to be a bit more structure in this process?
I think now, yeah, in view of the accident, it's clear that the process had some problems, and I think the Coast Guard is probably taking some steps to correct that.
Are any of our recommendations dealing in that issue?
No, because we believe that the guidance in place at the time and presently is adequate to prevent this sort of occurrence happening. It's a little confusing how it happened.
Yes, it is confusing how it happened. Member Higgins.
don't know what to say. I mean, I think that, first of all, unlike the acting chair and Member Connors, I love to sail on boats, but nobody would consider me a sailor. And yet, I know the difference between a pontoon boat and a single hull boat. So I find it remarkable that that kind of oversight was made by the Coast Guard, of which I'm a huge fan. And if you look at their own procedures for granting sister ship status, and I'm reading from their report, they should have been built within approximately 2 years from one another. Can we go back to the slide that shows the timeline? I think there was a 10-year timeline for these boats. Is that correct? From 86, when the first one, even the second one was a 7-year gap, right? And the last one was built 10 years later. And as has already been said, they must be built by the same shipyard, which certainly we know didn't happen in the case of the first vessel and the last 3 vessels. The same basic drawings must have been used in the construction of both vessels. Do we know whether the drawings were used, transferred from the individual builder to the boat builder in Pennsylvania?
No, it's not likely.
And then it goes on to talk about what various stability tests are required. It seems to me this is more than just the error of one individual. I mean, I don't understand in a system where our Coast Guard is in charge with inspecting not just these boats, but with all the boats that are on navigable waters. This is a pretty big mistake, it seems to me. And the recertification process, that happens every 5 years, is that what you indicated?
That's correct, subject to an annual reinspection.
And you said that's a visual inspection?
The annual is a visual.
Okay. Is there any they don't redo the stability test?
The only time they would reduce stability if there's a change to the arrangement or weights of the vessel, a significant modification.
So when the first Fells Point Princess was certificated, it was certificated as a single hull. What's the process for granting sister ship status? How does it physically happen?
My understanding is it would normally come as a request from the owner-operator of the potential sister vessel.
So it's the assertion of the owner-operator that these boats are the same?
Yes.
Were these boats always owned by Seaport Taxi?
No, the first one was built, as mentioned, in 1992. It was owned by a partnership, my understanding. That was subsequently sold to another company, and then the Seaport Taxi would be the third owner.
So who asserted that these were sister ships? It's just,
It would have been prior to the construction of the second one, prior to the construction of the Raven, or at the time of the construction of the Raven in 1993.
and who, that was a different owner?
That's correct. It was not Seaport Taxi at that time. It was the previous operator, the predecessor of Seaport Taxi.
That was in 1993. Did that owner-operator also assert that the Lady D and the Misty Harbor were sister ships, even though they were built 3 years later, beyond the window of the time frame of the Coast Guard rules in that regard?
Yeah, we don't really have a lot of information on the assertions of the owner-operators of the vessel. We only know that it's the owner-operator that requests the sister vessel status, and that's primarily, I would think, to simplify the certification process.
Is there documentation of that request for certification?
No, we were unable to obtain any documentation of the,
Do we know who the owner-operator was in 93 and 96?
yes, we do.
When did Seaport Taxi take over these vessels?
in, I believe, 2001.
I mean, I guess I find this very troubling because there was an initial error made by the, let's assume it was the Coast Guard, in making the initial certification. But it seems to me, and I don't think our report really goes into this, that error was compounded over the next 10 years by, was it one owner-operator after the Fells Point, after the initial owner-operator in 96, or was there more than one?
There was, the original owner of the Fells Point Princess owned a single vessel. Subsequently, another company bought the Fells Point Princess and built the rest of the fleet.
And they owned them until Seaport Taxi?
That's correct.
So there was one intervening owner-operator?
Correct.
Okay. Do we know anything about, is it fair to say there was the criteria or the specifications of these vehicles was misrepresented to the Coast Guard?
Perhaps that's a strong word.
It is a strong
Maybe
word.
it was misunderstood. The degree of similarity or the effect on the stability characteristics was perhaps misunderstood by the owner-operator.
But the rules are pretty clear. Do we, although I'm looking at rules, do we know that the rules, well, in 93, 96, we know the Coast Guard republished their criteria, right? In 96? I
Correct.
guess I'm trying to understand here the chain of events, because the Lady D, of which the vehicle we're looking at today, was certified as a sister vessel of the Fells Point Princess 10 years after the Fells Point Princess, 10 years and 2 owners after the Fells Point Princess was found to be ready for use. It didn't meet, in my judgment, and correct me here, please, it doesn't seem to me that any of the criteria were met. If the criteria that I'm looking at were the same in 96 as they are, I guess as they are now. So maybe this isn't our issue to pursue, but again, we're talking about judgments here, and we've looked at it in terms of the Weather Service, the judgments that they could have made. We're also talking here about how these boats came in to be certified and found to be able to hold a certain number of passengers, to be able to be in business. And it just seems to me that while there was an initial mistake made, whether it should have been certified as a pontoon boat as opposed to a single hull, if the responsibility for declaring sister status rests with the owner-operator, I assume the Coast Guard is taking that assertion at its face. I mean, I also have a question about whether they have any ability to monitor or audit what is told to them.
Yes, the Coast Guard would take the recommendation from the owner and evaluate its merit based on their judgment of vessel differences and whether or not they're warranted to be sister vessels.
Who was the owner-operator in 93 and 96?
The name of the company was Harbor Shuttles.
And were they are they still in business?
No, they sold the company to
Seaport Taxi?
Seaport Taxi.
And do we have any of the paperwork do we find any of the paperwork for these additional 3 vessels? In terms of the forms, whatever they had to do to comply or to get permission to operate as sister vessels of the Fells Point Princess?
No, we had attempted to get that, the paperwork, but it was not available to us.
Who holds that paperwork?
We attempted to get the paperwork from the Coast Guard, and they should be the holders of the documentation file for the vessels.
So we were not able to determine exactly what happened in this instance, but are the questions I'm raising the right questions?
Yes, to an extent. We believe, obviously the sister vessel status error was significant. However, the larger error, the error was using the wrong test protocol. That was the major error because it was the largest number of passenger difference that resulted.
That was on the Fells Point. If the Fells Point Princess had been involved in this accident, I would agree with you. But the fact of the matter was, it was the Lady D, which was manufactured 10 years later, which was approved as a sister vessel. And again, if I'm reading the criteria correctly, but correct me if I'm not, it didn't meet any of the criteria to be considered a sister vessel. It was more than 2 years after the Fells Point Princess was put into operation and certified. It was a different manufacturer, and there's a third criteria, and the same basic drawings. We've already talked about the fact that there were modifications, that the Lady D, I believe, doesn't look like the Fells Point Princess. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Okay. So on those 3 criteria alone, it should not have been considered a sister vessel. And I'm trying to determine what the process is for making that decision. If the Coast Guard, if it's up to the Coast Guard to certify individually, they have to go out and re-look at and retest, which apparently they don't. They are basing their decision on the assertion of the owner, an operator. Is that correct?
No, the owner operator would assert it, and the Coast Guard would certainly certify it. They would evaluate. They would verify the assertion.
They would verify the assertion?
Yeah, they would not take the owner's word for it.
Now, how would they verify it?
Well, reference to drawings, if they're available, and actually physically inspect the 2 vessels to see that they're, visibly the same. And again, I mean, there was obvious difference to us now looking back, but at the time, the differences may not have been deemed to be significant enough to deny sister vessel status.
Okay, but that, you're talking about a visual inspection. What about the other 2 criteria, the manufacturer and the time frame for the 2-year time frame?
Clearly, those, there's no judgment call on that. That was, however, the most critical aspect of sister vessel status are the vessels close enough in construction to be granted? I mean, that to me would be the most important thing. And apparently the inspector evaluated and thought they were.
Would you agree then that there's something, that the process is flawed? If there are 3 criteria, right, if by regulation you have to meet 3 criteria, and I don't think it says in here that one is more significant than the other. That may be the way the system is implemented. But if 2 of the criteria clearly were not met, and the third one is a judgment call, I can understand why that might be the same, even though the initial certification was inaccurate or was wrong. It seems to me a red flag should have gone up that would say, we need to take a closer look at this, or we need to rerun the test, in which case, if the test had been rerun, perhaps it might have been rerun correctly the second time. So I'm trying to understand, we don't make any recommendations in this area, and yet this is the process that the Coast Guard is still using, correct?
Yes, my
And I'm going to raise an issue later on, which we talked about yesterday. I'm concerned not only about the boats that the Coast Guard has within its jurisdiction, but also those other boats out there that may be similar and serving as water taxis or other kind of commercial vehicles that follow Coast Guard guidelines, but may not ever have, or less than Coast Guard guidelines. What are the implications for that? I don't want to talk about that now, but I think, this is an issue that really troubles me because there were other ways to catch this problem, and none of it happened. I mean, the fail-safes of the rules that rules provide were not met in this, were not affected in this accident.
The guidance the Coast Guard followed in determining sister vessel status, as far as I understand, is not in regulation. It's in the Marine Safety Manual and perhaps other policy documents. So it's And to some extent, it's to provide guidance to the inspector in granting sister vessel status. In this case, the inspector relied primarily on his evaluation of the similarity between the vessels in granting that sister vessel status. Perhaps he didn't realize that in actuality, the differences were not that significant. There's 2 or 3 passengers differences, or if you look at the wide variation, it's from 19 to 14. That was significant, but perhaps he didn't appreciate the difference that would result from the degree of enclosures and other perhaps structural differences that he may have noticed. Again, we believe that the main contributor in the accident was the original error that was made by using the wrong test protocol.
I recognize that, but my point is that this error was compounded and the rules weren't followed, or the guidance was not followed
Correct.
down the line. I mean, 10 years is a pretty big gap. It seems a pretty big gap, if you will, between when something is supposed to be looked at or reconsidered after 2 years. And I'm just wondering why whether we shouldn't have a recommendation in this area. And I haven't formulated one because I'm just understanding this more clearly as you're making your presentation. But it just raises for me a troubling issue around the granting of sister vessel status when these rules, which we rely on, I mean, I think that, Coast Guard does an excellent job. But in this case, the rules weren't followed in the first place. That error was compounded because the rules weren't followed in granting certification to these vessels 7 years later and 10 years later. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Higgins. Before we get to the next segment, I'm going to ask for we'll ask for a 5-minute break and then reconvene at 1:15, please.
Yeah.
We will reconvene. Please you take your seats. Captain Henry, we'll continue with your presentation of the cause of the capsizing.
Thank you, sir. If I could make one statement before I begin my formal presentation having to do with the concerns that Member Higgins expressed on the procedures that were followed by the Coast Guard in the conducting the simplified test and the sister vessel designation. The origin of small passenger vessel regulations dates back to the late 50s. And at the time, the writers of the regulations gave the Coast Guard officer in charge of marine inspection almost unlimited power to determine in his own mind what was safe and what was not, and to mandate requirements based on his feel for the adequacy of the vessel and his experience and knowledge of his area of operation. And that philosophy was maintained right up until the rewrite of Subchapter T in the late 90s. Excuse me, in the late 80s and early 90s. At that time, it was recognized that as far as the stability of pontoon vessels, and prior to that period, pontoon vessels carrying less than 50 required no stability assessment unless, in the judgment of the OCMI, one was necessary. So the Fells Point Princess and her erroneously designated sister vessels could have just been given a certificate of inspection based on the judgment of the OCMI, what restrictions he felt were necessary. Admittingly, there was policy in the Marine Safety Manual that could be used if he wanted to apply pontoon vessel stability to a pontoon vessel being certificated. That concern was written into the regulations that came out in '96. And now the requirement is that pontoon passenger vessels carrying more than 6 are required to have a stability assessment. The regulations now reflect the specific test that has to be done for pontoon passenger vessels, and it differentiates. It's on the same page in the CFR, pontoon passenger vessels and monohull passenger vessels. In addition, the regulations now contain a fairly extensive list of what plans are required for submission on the part of the owner to apply for a application for inspection. And it also has a section on what's required if you wish to make an application for sister vessel identity. Now that's not to say that the same mistake could not have been made. And I'm not offering anything in mitigation as far as the Coast Guard's error in not following the policy that was in print as far as how this was to be done. But your question as to whether staff feels that we need additional requirements now, we feel that the existing regulations and policy, if applied and practiced, will not have this mistake happen in the future.
Thank you, Captain Henry. Would you continue with capsizing issues, please?
Yes, sir. The 3 issues I will cover in my presentation today are the cause of the Lady D's capsize, the Coast Guard's passenger weight criteria used to assess stability, and the adequacy of the Coast Guard's pontoon vessel stability standards. The cause of the Lady D's capsize on March 6, 2004 was a confluence of circumstances that placed its passengers and crew at risk from an overloaded vessel encountering unpredicted weather. The investigator in charge previously discussed the original certification error for the Fells Point Princess and the erroneous sister vessel designation that allowed for the carriage of 25 persons on the Lady D. The Safety Board's December 2004 safety recommendation to the Coast Guard on revising their standard for average passenger weight documented this discrepancy. The Safety Board investigators found between the 140-pound average weight standard used in the original stability assessment and the 168 average weight of persons on board the Lady D when it capsized. The cumulative effect of these circumstances was to more than double the passenger weight load carried by the Lady D, above the existing limit that should have been allowed based on a pontoon simplified stability test. This additional weight carried by the Lady D meant that the vessel would float at a much deeper draft, resulting in less reserve buoyancy in the pontoons to resist heeling forces. And in this slide, what we're trying to show is a cross-section of a pontoon, and the upper cross-section attempts to show where the water line would have been had the vessel been properly certificated. And the lower pontoon section is where the water line was on the day of the accident. Staff believes that the excessive number of persons allowed on the Lady D and an out-of-date average passenger weight standard compromised its stability, which made it more susceptible to capsizing on the day of the accident. And yet, the Lady D, as well as its designated sister vessels, the Patricia P., Raven, and Misty Harbor, may well have sailed Baltimore's inner harbor many times under similar conditions without incident. The Safety Board analyzed the capsize of the Lady D based on naval architecture principles of intact, static, and dynamic stability. Intact static stability is the measure of a vessel's stability characteristics in calm water. Intact dynamic stability refers to the vessel's motion and response to external forces such as wind and waves. These intact stability assessments assumed that there was no damage or internal flooding into the vessel's hull, and this was consistent with post-accident investigation of the Lady D's pontoons. Intact stability examines a vessel's ability to stay upright under the influences of heeling and buoyancy forces. And in this cross-section of a pontoon passenger vessel, we see the lateral heeling force pushing against the side of the vessel, the downward force of gravity, and the upward buoyancy forces from the two pontoons. As long as the riding force is greater than the heeling force, the vessel will remain upright. With a pontoon vessel at rest, the downward force of gravity and the upward force of buoyancy are in alignment. Heeling forces, here displayed as W, laterally pushing against the vessel's side, from such as wind pressure, will heel or tilt the vessel to one side, as we see in the second figure. This has the effect of creating off-center buoyancy forces as the downwind pontoon lowers in the water. As wind speed increases, the upwind pontoon starts to come out of the water, and the downwind pontoon picks up more of the vessel's displacement. As the vessel heels over further and the downward force of gravity and upward force of buoyancy come closer together, this restoring force, which is a function of the measured distance between these two forces, will get smaller. And all the weight of the vessel is now supported by the downwind pontoon. As long as the force of gravity is inboard of the force of buoyancy, as the vessel heels, it will stay upright. If wind pressure forces the vessel over further, as we see in the upper diagram, the center of gravity moves outboard of the center of buoyancy, and the vessel will come to rest upside down, capsize and come to rest upside down. The Safety Board studied the effects of pontoon overloading on the Lady D's intact stability by examining 3 key loading cases under various wind loadings. The first case represents the maximum safe load condition allowed for the Lady D in accordance with the Pontoon Simplified Stability Test, or PSST. The second load case represents the load allowed under the Coast Guard Certificate of Inspection for the Lady D, which reflects the use of the inappropriate monohull simplified stability proof test and sister vessel criteria. The third loading case represents the Lady D's actual load condition at the time of the accident. This table summarizes the Safety Board's static stability analysis of the Lady D. And we can generalize by stating that as either passenger load or wind speed increase, the vessel's reserve riding energy will decrease. And that reserve riding energy is its ability to resist a capsize. Static analysis of the effects of wind alone on the Lady D, as it was loaded on the day of the accident, showed that the force of the wind, at least up to 40 knots, was theoretically not sufficient to overturn the vessel. And we see in the chart that the value of 2 foot-degrees is the calculation that the Safety Board came up with for that particular loading condition. While there was still a small amount of reserve riding energy remaining, it was not enough to counteract any dynamic heeling forces, such as from a wave hitting the vessel, a rapid maneuver of the vessel by the master, or the movement of passengers. And what this table also summarizes that is important is I had previously stated that the errors, the certification errors and the sister vessel errors made by the Coast Guard doubled the weight that was allowed on the Lady D. This also had the effect of reducing the vessel's ability to resist heeling by almost a third. And that third is also reflected in the difference between the simplified stability test and the pontoon simplified stability test. And that test, at least in regulation, is only a passenger heel criteria. But the standard that is used is for the pontoon simplified stability test, 3 times the moment versus the simplified stability test. So the test is 3 times as severe as would be required on a vessel that had the simplified stability test. We know at the time of the capsize that the winds were gusting, the seas were running with wave heights estimated to be over a foot, and the master was trying to maneuver the vessel to find a safe haven. I would now like to show a 3D visualization of the accident developed as part of our stability study. This visualization is based on witness testimony and weather data collected at the time of the accident, on the day of the accident, and uses industry standard graphics and animation software. We see the Lady D traveling at 5 knots in the directions of wind and waves. And then the vessel starts to circle to port. When the Lady D is broadside to the wind and waves, it rolls several times and then capsizes to starboard. Rain present at the time of the accident is not shown in this visualization. Staff believes that the Lady D capsized as a result of the combined effects of the excessive passenger load and the wind and wave conditions experienced at the time of the accident. This concludes this portion of my presentation, and staff is prepared to address questions from the board on the cause of the Lady D's capsize.
Kevin Henry, excellent presentation. Thank you very much for that analysis. Member Engelman Connors.
Are we going to address the weight classification standards in the next presentation?
Yes, we are.
I'll wait on my questions, and thank you.
Member Hersman. Thank you, Member Hersman. Member Higgins.
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you. We'll move to the next section.
Pontoon passenger vessel stability has traditionally been evaluated based on the Coast Guard's Pontoon Simplified Stability Test. Pontoon passenger vessels using this stability test are restricted to protected routes. In assessing passenger stability during the Pontoon Simplified Stability Test, the Coast Guard uses the average passenger weight of 140 pounds based on a combination of men, women, and children. The Coast Guard's use of this value can be traced back to stability policy used as early as 1942. Following the capsize of the Lady D, Safety Board investigators determined that the average weight of passengers was actually over 168 pounds, about 28 pounds over the Coast Guard's passenger weight standard. In recognition of a negative effect of passenger overloading on the stability of pontoon vessels, the Safety Board issued Safety Recommendation M044 to the Coast Guard in December of 2004 to revise the way they determined maximum passenger occupancy on pontoon vessels by evaluating the appropriateness of their average passenger weight standard, or operationally limit the maximum passenger load to a pontoon passenger vessel that a pontoon passenger vessel could carry. The Safety Board's subsequent investigative work, including preliminary findings in the capsize of the New York State inspected passenger vessel Ethan Allen last October, demonstrate that excessive load due to underestimating the weight of passengers needs to be addressed in the intact stability criteria for all domestic passenger vessels, not just pontoon passenger vessels. This photograph, looking at the stern of the partially submerged Ethan Allen, was taken during salvage operations the day after the accident. The Coast Guard announced on October 27, 2005 in the Federal Register that it was contracting for a one-year study to determine the potential impact that would result from increasing the passenger weight and size regulatory standards used when assessing the intact stability of domestic passenger vessels. The 140-pound weight standard is used not only in pontoon passenger vessel simplified stability tests, but also in monohull simplified tests for small passenger vessels on protected routes, and is also found in 46 CFR Subchapter S stability calculations. Staff believes that the Coast Guard should revise and regularly review their domestic passenger vessel weight standard for stability assessment, and that Safety Recommendation M044 should be classified closed superseded in this report. While the Coast Guard has identified a plan to look at the long-term solution to this issue and its potential impact on the marine industry, staff is concerned that the Coast Guard is not taking immediate action to address this out-of-weight standard. In October 2004, the Coast Guard issued a new protocol found in Appendix C in the draft report for conducting pontoon passenger vessel simplified stability tests, but it still uses the 140-pound weight standard for passengers. Additionally, the problem persists that a vessel can become overloaded if many of the passengers on board are heavier than the average weight standard used in the vessel's stability assessment. Staff believes that the Coast Guard should mandate a simple and ready means for vessel operators to determine whether their vessels are overloaded and potentially unsafe, such as adding a mark on the hull of the vessel that represents the maximum permissible passenger weight load. This concludes this portion of my presentation, and staff is prepared to address questions from the board on the Coast Guard's passenger weight criteria.
Thank you very much, Captain Henry. Member Engelmann-Connors.
Thank you so much. You stated that the standard had been in effect since 1942, correct?
I stated that the Coast Guard had used the number of 140 pounds as an average weight as far back as 1942, but that was, the small passenger regulations came out in the late 50s. Well, this was a number they were using for large passenger vessel passenger heel stability.
And that was my next question. Is this 140-pound average, was that used throughout the Coast Guard system as the average weight table that was being utilized for whatever vessel application?
Well, it was used in this particular stability calculation for a large passenger vessel. At that time, there were no requirements for small passenger vessels.
Okay. But I'm saying not the requirements, but if a weight table was used, was there a single weight table used? Was this 140-pound average used?
That value, as far as stability for small passenger vessels,
No, throughout the Coast Guard. If they were going to have an issue where they would need to determine an average passenger weight, is the 140 value the value they were using?
it was used up through, in fact, it's still used at present time in Coast Guard Subchapter S stability regulations.
So the 140 is still under current use?
It is. Now, there has been some subtle differences when the rewrite of Subchapter T was done in 1996. They changed the standard for protected waters and made it 140 for passengers and 160 for crew. But prior to that, that number for protected waters for small passenger vessels was the number used to assess
Okay.
stability.
All right. Ms. Jenner, you're concentrating on the requirements. I'm just concentrating on the weight. So the 140-pound, was that determined, was that borrowed from the FAA, for instance? How did they come up with that 140-pound average?
We were never able to figure that out. As far as how it got adopted into the regulations in the late 50s, it appeared first in the rewrite in 1996 and came out of a navigation inspection vessel circular that was done to assist the OCMI in certificating all these brand-new small passenger vessels that came under his control. We tried to dig back earlier than that to the original origin of where that number came from, and were not successful.
Okay. I'm going to shift modes on you and go to Mr. Rosenberg. Jim, sorry. When we did Charlotte, when we did the Charlotte accident, 5481, the weight standard that the FAA was using at the time was what?
Actually, I'm going to defer to Kevin on this. I believe he has all the information.
Okay, Kevin.
Thank you. I believe it was 160, 165.
Another
And there
20-plus
were-
pounds on top of the 140.
For baggage, yes.
All right.
Right,
But that was
but-
it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, the 160, 165 would reflect an average passenger weight, not accounting for carry-on items.
yeah,
And it
and-
would assume a 50-50 male-female gender mix. in
And
it.
that's what I want to focus on, is the passenger weight. All right, and so we have a standard with the Coast Guard of 140 that may or may not have been determined back in the 1940s or 50s. And we had a standard of 160 in the FAA, which we found approximately 160, correct? During Charlotte, that was being utilized for air vessels, correct? And is not the actual average today, given that we've all supersized, slightly higher?
In terms of what the FAA chose in their
In terms of
updated-
in terms of FAA Advisory Circular 12027D, is it not up to 174 pounds?
It is, and that number reflects an allowance for clothing as well, but it is up
Okay,
over
so
the
assume we don't have
160,
naked people
165.
going on board vessels, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, which might make public transport more interesting.
Thank you, thank you. Just continue on, please.
All right, well, I'm just asking.
I understand.
We're talking about 174 pounds, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
according to the current FAA guidance, that's correct.
When we did Charlotte, I'll go back to Jim now. When we issued the recommendations for Charlotte, and we suggested that the weight schedules, the tables needed to be reviewed, that recommendation was issued to FAA?
That's correct.
And only the FAA? Okay. I am personally embarrassed by this, that I was a member of the board at the time and present at Charlotte, and that we did not, as a team, extrapolate that recommendation at that time, given that we learned so much from Charlotte about the differential in weight averages, and given the high media interest at the time in the potential, the issues of obesity in America and the fact that Americans are heavier, and that we as a board did not reach out to all modes to say, if you have weight tables that are being utilized, you need to look at what those numbers are, and that we narrowly defined it to the FAA. And I think we missed a huge opportunity. We were multimodal in responsibility, and we were not multimodal in our approach and our logic process after Charlotte, and I am personally embarrassed by that. And I think that we have an opportunity here. While we can't go back and correct that, we can certainly look at this. And so my question is, I don't know how many modes use weight tables. I don't know personally whether it's a factor in bus transport or various sundry things. I don't know personally how many different modes and different vessels or vehicles are utilizing weight tables in their calculations for safety and testing. But I am concerned that it extends beyond small passenger vessels that are doing inter-harbor traffic and FAA alone. I think the potential is certainly there. And so my concern about our recommendations is why we as a board are not being the multimodal board that we should be when it comes to safety, and suggesting that to the Secretary of Transportation that he review all modes of transportation where weight tables are being utilized in conduct of safety testing or utilization in some factors, and ensure that they are up to current standards. In other words, that they have some kind of complementary aspect to them, so that we're not using 140 pounds when actuality we're looking at 174 pounds when people's lives are at stake. And so I share that with my fellow board members. I'm very concerned that we missed the opportunity once. Shame on us. I don't want to miss it again. And so I feel very strongly that in some fashion, Mr. Acting Chairman, that in some fashion we need to bring this issue on a multimodal potential application. And again, I lack the personal knowledge of where it is or is not used in modes, but I would be very much surprised if these are the only two places that use weight tables. And I'm not aware of an overall multimodal review to determine if the current safety weight tables are of current levels versus these 1940 standards.
Thank you, Member Engelmann-Connors. Perhaps Dr. Mayer might be able to do a survey within our organization to find out which other modes utilize weight standards as part of the design of the vehicles.
Yes, sir. Member
Design or
Engelmann-Connors.
safety testing or, usage or something like that. And then I'd like to ask our general counsel if there is a way to appropriately either amend or follow up to these recommendations if indeed that hole is out there. Because I don't want to have another accident occur 2 years from now in a different mode where the issue of the weight tables were incorrectly being utilized and have that be a potential factor in the loss of life.
Your points are very well taken. We'll ask our modal office directors to explore the issue within respect to each of their modes and to suggest to us as to whether or not we should bring further recommendations to you, and we'll do so if they're warranted.
And you'll share that with the board.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Member Engelmann-Connors, is that it? Member Hersman?
Thank you for your presentations this morning. I have a couple of questions which I'll address to Dr. Renzi about weight issues. You mentioned that the FAA weight 174 is a 50-50 mix of men and women.
Yes, that's correct.
No children? Is the assumption based on just men and women, adult men and women, no children?
That number reflects an allowance for weight of children under 2 years of age, but there's a separate breakout allowance that could be used by a carrier specifically for children on average, so children between 2 and 13, the age of 2 and 13. But in terms of operational practice, typically a carrier would use adult weights for all persons unless they got into a situation where taking a credit for a child would keep them within the operational envelope of the aircraft and still make dispatch legal.
Okay, so the 174 isn't a hard number. They can substitute when they have children on board if they need to do that.
They could in fact substitute a lighter weight on a per-child basis.
Okay, so is the 174 weight have a safety factor built in, or is that the actual average weight? It's not an average weight plus X pounds for safety factor.
It doesn't have a specific safety factor built in. The data that were used to determine the weight are based on a national survey where people are actually weighed in a clinical environment.
And this was with summer clothes, right?
Right. Well, there's a constant factor allowance for summer clothing. But people are weighed in a clinical environment. They represent a diverse geographic area, and it's the basis that the FAA chose based on our recommendations to take action to update the data that were being used as a basis for standard average weights. That's what they went out and concluded was the best available database, and that they would periodically review those data collected on a national basis and make adjustments if necessary.
And how often do they intend to make such adjustments?
Well, I believe the data themselves are collected every 2 years, and my understanding is that they would be reviewing, that the FAA would be reviewing the data every 2 years, although I don't know that that's formalized.
When was this put into place, this weight?
This was put into place, there were actually 2 revisions following the Charlotte accident. So the first came out in, I'm not sure of the first of the 2. The latter was put into place June of 2005.
Okay, so they haven't been up for the potential 2-year revision yet.
Right.
Okay. Well, I guess the question that I would have is, do we have a concern because there's no safety factor built into that number? And it gives me a little bit of concern if you can use child, start picking children are on board in order to meet your weight qualification to take off.
Well, the issue of safety factor is not quite so straightforward depending on which mode of transportation you're talking about. And the reason I say that is because in an aviation context, if you simply adjust the weights to make them heavier, now you're talking about center of gravity, the balance point for the airframe. So if you give a credit for people who are actually lighter than they are sitting in the forward part of the cabin, you could be eating into a margin of safety, for instance. So it's not quite so straightforward in aviation to simply bump up all the weights. You have to account for the passenger location as well.
Okay. Well, I know when I've ridden on an Air Tour helicopter, they actually had a scale that they made you get on, and they didn't broadcast the weight to everybody who was there. They just saw it behind the counter, but it was certainly critical enough that they actually wanted to know actual passenger weight, and where you were seated on the aircraft was critical. So I know that when I reviewed the Miss Majestic before this board meeting, there was a situation in there when the vessel operator actually asked a large passenger in the duct to move because they thought that there was a weight kind of imbalance issue. It turned the vessel was going down, but I think clearly there's an understanding of passenger placement and size could have an effect in the marine environment as well.
Right. If I might just add on the issue of the use of average weights, the FAA data in particular cite a standard deviation associated with those average weights. But the fact is, anytime that you employ average weights to calculate the load on a particular voyage in a marine environment or flight in an aviation environment, there is a potential risk that the actual constituency of the passenger load will exceed the boundaries that you've built in terms of the margins in the average weight numbers being used. The only way that you can truly avoid it is to use actual weights.
Right, which got to the point about the safety factor. Is there something built in, especially as we know that people are not getting smaller, they're getting bigger. I have a concern, and I've raised this with staff before, about the Coast Guard's action on October 27, 2005, to contract for the study. We made this recommendation to them in 2004, and I was disappointed that it took so long for them to actually take official action on this, and it was indeed 3 or 4 weeks after the Ethan Allen capsized when again this weight issue came up and was a concern. And so if staff could provide any information about why they think the Coast Guard took so long, and if there is a justification for the delay in putting this out.
Well, the Coast Guard, following the Lady D accident, developed initially, after going out and making sure that there were no additional certification errors and some of the major problems that were observed in the Lady D's certification, also agreed with us that the average weight standard that they had been using was inappropriate. And in impressing them on this issue, I believe in our report, we're not only looking at the long-term results of their study in the hopes that it provides a reasonable standard, we're also asking the board to look at an interim solution in asking the Coast Guard to come up with something a little quicker that will identify this out-of-weight standard and also an effort to look at something short-term that will identify what we thought we found in the way of dynamic stability concerns for pontoon passenger vessels. We are concerned that if you read the intent of the Federal Register, they're looking at what are the implications of changing the weight, what's the effect going to be on the marine community, on the marine industry, and what's the best way to go through a regulatory process, which seems that they're laying out a fairly lengthy process to come up with a solution. And our concern is that not only is the numbers that they're using right now out of date, these numbers need to be looked at fairly frequently because they're changing. Mm-hmm. And on that point, when we first put out our recommendation and used the FAA data and referenced CDC, we used the 174-pound weight, but we also recognized that there were operational means that the master could use to ensure the vessel didn't float below a draft that represented its max load. Now, in revising or providing to you new recommendations, we're asking the Coast Guard, yes, to look at the weight standard and come up with something reasonable and that will be regularly reviewed. But to get around the issue of safety factors in whatever numbers they pick, and just what does the master need at the dock to know that he hasn't overloaded the vessel, to saddle him with CDC data and average weights, it didn't seem to be appropriate. So our second recommendation in this particular issue is for the Coast Guard to mandate the use of for instance, a mark on the vessel that reflects the maximum load that vessel can carry and meet stability. And that is independent of the average weight standard used by the Coast Guard at the time, because what stability is really telling you is what's the max load that vessel can safely carry to meet the stability requirements. Mm-hmm. And that's the number that the operator needs. That's what needs to be put on the vessel, because if he submerges that mark, then he has placed his vessel in a condition that doesn't comply with the regulations.
Very simplified stability test, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, two comments, and one is that if the FAA weight is 174 and it assumes no children, it's a mix of women and men, but our actual weight on this vessel was 168.4 and it had 3 children on it, then potentially the average weight could be even higher than what the FAA's guidance is. And you mentioned the concern about the lengthy process that might ensue for the Coast Guard having to take into account all of the consequences of implementing this new weight requirement. I'm concerned about the consequences if they don't implement a new weight requirement. This is something that is fairly well understood, certainly on the FAA side. They have the ability potentially through guidance now to get this information out there, and they kind of did it in a way with this 160 versus 140 issue in their guidance. And I think that they certainly could take some interim measures in areas where there is a significant or increased risk with stability on this weight issue, where calculations have been made in certification based on passenger weight for them to do something more immediately. So I do appreciate the second recommendation on the line, or the do not go over scale. So I still have concern about the accuracy of these numbers and the safety factor that's built in. So I think we'll pursue that as we go on.
Thank you, Member Hersman. Member Higgins?
Thank you. My concern is our recommendations go just to the Coast Guard. And I think they are recommendations that have a lot of merit. I don't have any particular quarrel with them. But my concern is that there are a lot of these vessels, and I'm wondering whether we have any idea how many, who aren't under the Coast Guard jurisdiction. As we saw in the Ethan Allen, that was not a pontoon vessel, but a vessel that was under the jurisdiction of the state of New York, who looked to the Coast Guard for guidance. And it's not just the vessels who are the responsibility of the Coast Guard who are potentially at risk. It is all those other vessels out there who may be operating have similar kinds of operations, small water taxis, other kinds of transport that now may or may not be covered by any rules. And I'd like to know what we can do to get the word out that we are concerned about these issues, the weight issue, the stability test issue, so that this is something that is not just waiting for the Coast Guard to act, but that we are at the same time educating others with this responsibility. And I'd like your thoughts about that.
Member Higgins, I think we have other mechanisms that we could use to get the word out, as you suggest. I think we could talk to our partners like NASBLA or Boat US or the National Association of Marine Surveyors and ask them to spread the word. And we're certainly willing to do that.
Is this an issue that we've addressed with them previously?
Not that I'm aware of.
When we
no.
made a recommendation to the Coast Guard 2 years ago, did this come up at all in terms of other? I mean, I think it's again recognizing that while this accident involved a vessel that was in the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard and they have significant responsibility, what they do and the reports that we issue also create expectations or essentially constitute advice for others who in the industry. And I want to be conscious of that and make sure that we are finding ways to communicate directly with these organizations and to give them assistance that might not otherwise be available so that they can both anticipate and address these issues. I mean, I certainly think and again, recognize that we need to resolve what the right weight criteria is, but I think we probably have some good thoughts about that. At least I want to make sure that we are broadening our horizons here in terms of who we need to be talking to about making boating more safe overall. The other question I have is in terms of our recommendation, I guess it's the fourth recommendation. We ask the Coast Guard to, we talk about an interim recommendation, I guess, to evaluate small pontoon vessel safety and to develop interim pontoon vessel stability guidance. I understand that was because of this accident. Do we think that's an issue with other vessels beyond pontoons? I mean, the question of stability and weight, or is it unique to this particular type of vessel?
Well, the particular characteristics of pontoon vessels, pontoon passenger vessels, make them susceptible to these types of accidents. And for that reason, the stability criteria is 3 times as severe as it is for monohull vessels. Most of the pontoon vessels that you're going to see in operation, like the Lady D, operate on protected waters and will now fall under the criteria for the simplified stability test. And we didn't see any need to extend our concern about the Coast Guard's application of the stability requirements in the larger context using subchapter T or the stability subchapter. We didn't feel there was a need to go that far. As far as stability, our primary concern was pontoon passenger vessels. Now, the second part of that that draft interim recommendation did include come up with something pretty quick on the weight standard. And as I went through in this last discussion, we felt that was applicable across the board, not only to small passenger vessels, but the larger vessels that use the 140-pound standard.
Yeah, I'm troubled by the fact that, as you pointed out, that the guidance that they put out in October of '04 after this accident is still using the old weight standard. And so they, and there's something quoted in here that we quote from, I guess, one of their communiques that indicates that, well, that's the rule, so therefore the rule still applies. I mean, there's I find that kind of a rigid response to clearly a situation where we know this weight issue is, we read about it almost every day. I mean, everybody's looking at it, whether from a health standpoint, a safety standpoint. So I would hope that this would be a wake-up call, that this deserves much greater attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Higgins. We've been throwing around a lot of numbers here. Just for clarification purposes, where are we today? What is the guidance from the Coast Guard as it relates to weight and certification on pontoon boats, and then what they use for weights on monohull boats? Where are we today?
We're about where we were when they came out with the first standard for simplified stability tests. And that's, we use 140 pounds for protected waters, assuming a mixture of men, women, and children. For partially protected and exposed, they use the standard of 160. Now, in 1996, when they rewrote the regulations, they made a subtle change to the protected standard. Instead of, as they had in the past, applying the 140 pounds to all persons on board, now they differentiated between passengers and crew. And for the protected route, they're still using the value of 140, but now for the crew, they use 160. So there's a subtle difference there, but in orders of magnitude, it's about the same.
Captain Henry, most of these vessels have a crew of 1 or 2. We're talking about 20 to 40 pounds. Now, what I don't understand is, one, why crew are allowed to be bigger, and why it's only 20 to 40 pounds that they've even bothered to deal with. Help me out with this, Captain.
Well, I believe it was just to reflect the inconsistency in a weight standard that had been applied for protected waters and then for everywhere else, which was 160. I mean, these same crew, will sail their vessels offshore, and that's the number they use. So I think it was an attempt to at least take a step in the right direction to reflect that maybe not everybody weighed on average 140.
Step. I would not necessarily call it much of a step. I might call it a tiny, a misstep, thank you, or clearly a very, very small step, baby step, perhaps. What will it take? And I have great respect for the Coast Guard. I have great respect for the Coast Guard. but what will it take to have them move a bit more expeditiously when we have evidence, clearly in this accident, and potentially in another accident that we're investigating, that weight had significant factors in the capsizing?
What will it take? Another accident where the car...
That's not acceptable, Captain, and I
That's-
hope you feel the same way.
Absolutely, and let me tell you, the Coast Guard is under a lot of pressure. Governor of New York is all over them about why can he change the standard and they can't. New York applies Coast Guard standards in their certification of vessels. Why does he have to set the standard for his state when he should be using a Coast Guard standard that reflects a more reasonable weight average for passengers? That's why our interim recommendation says come out with something as quick as you can, because the 140 pounds is inappropriate.
And I happen to agree with that. Even if, in fact, the Coast Guard is doing a very scientific study, and I applaud them for this scientific study, this mechanism that we create for the pontoon boat, at least, to do a simplified stability test and then put a mark on it, would clearly provide evidence and a signal to the master and those that are on his dock to say that we cannot put any more people on this vessel today, at this moment. And whether 6 of them weigh 185 pounds and the others weigh 150, it's the issue of what this thing can safely carry in a stable mode. Isn't that what this is about?
Well, ultimately, that's why we wrote that requirement.
I think it's an excellent requirement, and I would maybe change in as we read this recommendation, maybe include some strong words like expeditiously, or in some way, shape, or form characterize how quickly we wish to have this done before we move into a season where passengers believe they're getting on safe vessels, and 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 minutes later they're in the water struggling for their lives. It's unacceptable now that we have this knowledge to allow it to go on.
Good.
Thank you very much. Dr. Spencer.
Thank you, sir. You're on exactly the right track with that. We've got several issues that we're trying to deal with at the same time. One has to do with the stability criteria itself, and the other has to do with the weight of passengers. Now, when you load an airplane with people, you can't really tell by looking at the airplane what the load of people is on that. But with a vessel, thanks to Archimedes, we can readily determine what the weight is on that vessel. And so if we go back to the stability standards that exist for monohull vessels, I'll start with that and get to pontoon vessels in a moment. But looking at monohull vessels, we have no reason to think that a monohull vessel lacks stability if it has its allotted number of 140-pound people. Therefore, from a stability standpoint, probably the standard for monohull vessels is all right. It's the weight that's of concern. And so if you can limit the weight on board that vessel to whatever the equivalent of 140-pound people is, then if you've got heavier people, you just can't put as many on. And so the mark on the side is a very easy way to determine that. We would ask that the standard be revised so that you could come up with a reasonable expectation as to how many people you might be able to load normally. And so that's a little bit of a different issue, but the limiting load on the vessel is the key issue that we want to deal with. As far as the stability standards for pontoon vessels go, they really do exhibit drastically different stability characteristics from monohulls. And I think we were appropriate in making our first recommendation to address the issue on pontoon vessels, because that's where we really have the question. And we do have a recommendation in this draft report that asks the Coast Guard to re-examine their stability criteria for pontoon vessels and see if it's really appropriate. and they'll go through whatever process they have to go through to do that. But the key issue at this point has to do with the loading on board the vessel. And that really can be readily determined by a mark, and it's not an expensive thing to do. You do have to go out and do it initially, determine what that should be. But it wouldn't hurt for all the vessels to do that, including state vessels. If I can backtrack just a little bit to a comment that Member Higgins made. In addition to the means that we have that Mr. Rosenberg talked about with getting the word out, right after the Ethan Allen, we became concerned about how are these passenger vessels on solely state-regulated waters actually managed, and how is the safety ensured. And what we did is, for the states, our primary point of contact are the boating law administrators for the states, and we work through the National Association of Boating Law Administrators. And we've been in touch with them since the end of last year about what is really happening on the states as far as what kind of passenger vessels do they have out there, how many do they have, how are they regulated. And the early feedback we got was that it's really all across the board. Some states say follow the Coast Guard rules, some states really don't even address the issue. And in some states, the boating law administrator is the right point of contact, and in other states, it's not. And so we talked this issue over with the president of the association, and we also talked it over with the Coast Guard. And the Coast Guard has agreed to work with us to put on a seminar for the benefit of the states to recognize how the Coast Guard regulates small passenger vessels. And in our opinion, their regulatory regime really is the best in the world, and that's what the state should shoot for. We have made this proposal to the association. We haven't received a response back yet, but we would hope that the most effective way to go about educating the state regulatory authorities is to acquaint them with how the Coast Guard does it, and hopefully that they would model their programs after them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spencer. I appreciate that. And applaud your aggressive work in working with NASBLA. They are an excellent organization and could be extremely effective in getting the word out and making sure that the rules and regulations are ultimately implemented. We appreciate that very much, Doctor. There is another presentation by Captain Henry.
Yes, sir, there is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Hersman has a follow-up.
This slide number 8 in the presentation earlier about certification that had the number of passengers that could be on each of the vessels ranging from 14 to 19. Did you all use those and redo those calculations with the revised weights and then look at how many passengers potentially that would have made a difference as far as the number of certificated passengers that could be on board?
The calculations that we did were only applicable to the Lady D, and the stability study came up with a maximum load of 14 persons. But we did look at the stability at 3 loading conditions. There was that loading condition, the interim loading condition, which reflected the way the vessel was certificated for the carriage of 25 140-pound persons. We also looked at the accident condition of 25 people weighing 168 plus, and we performed static and dynamic stability analysis of those cases.
And what was the change in the number? What was the change in the
Well,
number of passengers?
if you put the slide up that shows the table we generated, looking at it under various wind conditions, it was quite significant. And if I can ask that slide be put up. It's from my first presentation. The IIC was pointing out that maybe I'm not answering the question you've asked. It's about a 20% margin between the 140 and the higher weight standard. But weight alone, as we found in our study, is not the more critical criteria. It's the effect of that added weight on reducing the vessel's riding energy to resist the effects of dynamic wind and waves that far overwhelm the vessel compared to just the difference between carrying people that weighed 140 on average and 168. And as you can see in this table, and if we just pick any particular wind speed, and 40 knots is probably the best because that was about the wind speed at the time of the accident. And if we look at the 14-person, 140-pound criteria, we came up with 28 pounds of riding energy. And as I said again, this is more or less the ability of a vessel to resist a heeling motion. If we drop down to the criteria that the Coast Guard had on their COI, and that's 25 persons at 140 pounds, that 28 pounds of riding energy drops to 10. And then if you move down to the vessel in the accident condition, which was 25 people weighing in excess of 168, they only have 2 foot degrees of riding energy left. So in the total weight column, we're going from 1960 pounds to 2410, which is just about doubling. But much more significant is the loss in riding energy of the vessel at a particular wind speed in that weight change. And that's where we focused our work in the third presentation, which I'll give next, and our recommendations to the Coast Guard that yes, they've got to have a more appropriate weight standard, but if you don't look at stability in the dynamic conditions, you're still going to have a problem with the vessel.
Mr. Rothrathy, did you want to add something?
No, perhaps you could restate your question to make sure that we're
Well,
answering it properly. I'm not sure we're really getting at your question.
I think Mr. Henry's giving me credit for being a little bit smarter than I probably am. I was really asking a very simple question, and I think the question might have been answered by your comment that it was a 20% reduction. And so the issue for me was they were certificated for 25 based on an improper test. When the correct test was applied with the correct dimensions and weight for the vessel as it was without the whole sister status problem, we arrived at a number of 15. Is that correct? Or is it 14?
14.
14.
14 for the Lady D. And then my comment when I was trying to ask the question was, what if then we were not using the 140 pounds, and if it's a 20% difference, then potentially you're taking this vessel down to 12 people, certificated for 25. And if we're looking at all of the conditions in which we could potentially be saying it would have been better had they applied this test, not granted sister status, used a more representative weight, we're actually bringing the number of passengers down to what? That's my question.
That's one way of looking at it. Our preference is to look at the whole number, and that's the 1960, which is the total weight that you can put on that vessel and have it pass that particular test.
Okay, at 19.
I believe the slide showed 1960, which
At
is...
At 1960, at 174 pounds, how many passengers would that be? That's the question I'm trying to ask.
Somebody have a calculator?
It would be 11.
11. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hersman. We'll continue on, please, with the next presentation.
Staff has examined the appropriateness of the Coast Guard's stability standards for pontoon passenger vessels. The original small passenger vessel regulations date back to the late 50s. Typically, small passenger vessels carrying less than 50 passengers did not require a stability assessment. Owners of small passenger vessels that carry 50 or more passengers could use the simplified stability test that had been developed around the time instead of testing and calculations performed by a naval architect. In the late 60s, a similar simplified stability test was developed by the Coast Guard for pontoon passenger vessels. By March of 1996, both the simplified stability test and the pontoon simplified stability test were incorporated into 46 CFR subchapter T and applied to all small passenger vessels carrying more than 6 passengers. While the OCMI had some discretion in requiring the simplified stability test for monohull vessels, the pontoon stability test was a required test for all pontoon passenger vessels. However, it only contained a proof test based on heeling from passenger movement. Wind heel calculations were not required. Following the Lady D accident, both the Safety Board and the Coast Guard independently studied the appropriateness of pontoon passenger vessel stability standards and came to the conclusion that the stability standards needed revision. The Coast Guard responded to this need by issuing a job aid for conducting the pontoon simplified stability test that recognized the risk modern pontoon passenger vessels may face from the effects of wind. In addition, their study group's review of pontoon passenger vessel stability made a number of recommendations to improve the Coast Guard's existing standards and practices. Safety Board's intact stability calculations for the Lady D showed that even overloaded and under the influence of a 40-knot wind, the vessel theoretically would not capsize. When the Safety Board studied the Lady D subject to the dynamic forces of wind and waves using computer analysis, the results were very different. With the vessel in its accident condition, dynamic simulations were run 20 times with the environmental conditions as they were recorded on the day of the accident, and the vessel capsized in every case within 1 minute. Based on the Coast Guard's pontoon simplified stability test, the maximum safe load for the Lady D was 14 persons. However, dynamic stability analysis testing with the 14-person load showed that the vessel would capsize if exposed broadside to wind and waves for a long enough period. Dynamic simulations were run 40 times, and the Lady D capsized in 9 of those cases. The analysis of the stability of pontoon passenger vessels performed by both the Safety Board and the Coast Guard study group as a result of the capsize of the Lady D raised safety concerns that need to be resolved to prevent the possibility of this type of accident reoccurring. Staff believes that the existing Coast Guard intact stability standards for pontoon passenger vessels are inadequate and need to be revised. The Coast Guard's pontoon passenger vessel stability project may well provide standards for stability that include a more realistic assessment of passenger weight and the environmental conditions that affect stability. However, at present, the Coast Guard is still using the 140-pound weight standard. Additionally, based on the stability requirements from Subchapter S, the Coast Guard would still have recertified the Lady D for the carriage of 25 persons. Staff believes that the Coast Guard needs to develop interim pontoon vessel stability guidance based on static and dynamic intact stability considerations while pursuing their regulatory review of passenger weight and intact stability criteria for pontoon passenger vessels. The operator of a pontoon passenger vessel should have the guidance in hand that will allow for the safe operation of his vessel. This includes the need to have objective operational guidance for assessing the capability of their vessels to operate safely in wind and waves. Officers in charge of marine inspection will often include the caveat, under reasonable operating conditions, as an operating restriction on a passenger vessel's certificate of inspection. This phrase does not provide definitive guidance to a vessel's operator. In its parametric review of pontoon stability vessels, the Coast Guard study group recommended that operational guidance be provided on COIs limiting operations in wind conditions to no greater than Beaufort 4 or the more familiar storm warning signs, small craft advisory. Staff believes that the Coast Guard should add an endorsement on a vessel's certificate of inspection restricting the pontoon passenger vessel to limiting weather conditions which would provide definitive operational guidance to a vessel's operator. This concludes my presentation, and staff is prepared to address questions from the board on Coast Guard pontoon vessel stability standards.
Cam Henry, again, outstanding presentation. All three of the sections, extremely well done, very comprehensive. I appreciate that work. Member Engelman Connors, please.
I absolutely concur with your statement, your recommendations. My only point was, once again, are we ensuring that we're looking in the broadest possible application so that we don't revisit this type of issue on a different vessel size or a different mode of transportation? That's just my constant concern, is that because we do narrow down and focus obviously on the accident at hand, whether the question of stability testing and the weight standards and the combination thereof is applicable to any other vessel sizes, that's not currently being met, and that's just my continued open concern.
Thank you, Member Engelman Connors. Member Hersman? Thank you. Member Higgins?
Just a point of clarification, did you say that they would still recertify this vessel to carry 25 passengers?
That's correct. And in the regulations, and this applies to both monohull vessels and pontoon passenger vessels, in small passenger vessel regulations, the owner has the option, if he's not happy with the results that he's obtained with the simplified process, which gives him a maximum number of passengers, he can turn around and hire a naval architect and go into subchapter S, the stability subchapter, and do rigorous calculations, incline the vessel, and come up with a different number. And while we all believe that 14 is the number that the Lady D would have met in the pontoon simplified stability test, using the requirements in subchapter S, that vessel could be recertificated for 25 people at 140 pounds.
I guess I didn't understand that in reading this material. And which of our recommendations, is that recommendation 3 that addresses that?
Well, we're asking the Coast Guard to review and revise their standard for pontoon passenger vessel stability.
Okay.
That's that recommendation.
So our expectation there is that there wouldn't be this dual system.
There will always be that dual system, but if we follow the lead that the Coast Guard's study group has pointed, their reliance will settle into the simplified stability process with caveat on design conditions. They feel that's the most conservative. That's where the Coast Guard ought to be in assessing pontoon vessel stability. And they also recommended wind conditions, maximum wind conditions on COIs. They recommended reviewing the weight standard, coming up with a more appropriate number, and they also recommended the draft mark.
Okay, so just to go back to this particular accident, do I understand that on a clear day with smooth water, the vessel under this new approach could operate with 25 passengers, but on a day like the day of the accident, the number would go down? Is that what we're?
Well, we're not advocating for any particular number. We're asking
Right.
for the Coast Guard to step back, take a big look
But I
at
guess
the
what I'm asking
problems.
is would the number, do we think that this process will produce a different way of evaluating, to take into account the dynamic weather conditions so that a vessel operating on a clear day could, say this particular vessel, could board 25 passengers. On a day with more adverse conditions, they would only be allowed to board 14. Is that what?
We're not advocating that at all.
I'm not asking what we're advocating. I'm asking what we think the outcome is likely to be of this process.
A simplified process that will be found in subchapter T that is conservative in nature because they have looked at the dynamic effects of wind and waves on pontoon passenger vessels. Now, as we noted from this accident, the master may have sailed from the fort and thought everything was okay and got out to the middle of the harbor, and all of a sudden he's got wind and waves.
Okay.
When we looked at the 14-person, 140-pound load case, what caused us some concern was that we were seeing capsizes even in that situation
Right.
under fairly reasonable wind and wave conditions. And so while the Lady D is only one data point in the whole range of different types of pontoon passenger vessels that are certificated, we think the Coast Guard needs to look at that problem and develop regulations that make for a safe operation.
Will we have a chance to evaluate their proposals as it is moving, as they are developed?
Well, in two fronts we will. We'll certainly correspond directly with them on our recommendation, but if history is any guidance, they'll have to follow the regulatory process and submit a notice of proposed rulemakings, and typically we comment on those as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Higgins. I'm troubled by a statement you just made, Captain Henry, on the issue of in the recalculations in the simplified stability test with 14 people on board at 140 pounds, you still saw some issues as it relates to even in small wave and small wind conditions.
That's correct. Now, let me preface that by saying that as opposed to the accident load case where of the 20 simulations that were run, it capsized in every case in less than a minute. In the 40 cases that were run at 140 pounds with 14 persons, the time interval was stretched out, I think, up to a maximum of 30 minutes. Now, we did have some capsizes that occurred, within minutes of starting the run, but the time interval was much longer. Now, it can be argued that, well, no master in his right mind is going to sit and maintain a course while he's being broadsided by those conditions. But the concern that we saw in the data was that you didn't need to have 25 knots of wind and 1.5 foot waves to produce these capsizes.
That troubles me about the science of this work here, not to disagree with it, because you all are naval architects and the numbers should not lie, but how can you operate this vessel as long as you have when you've operated into conditions which, in fact, with 20 people or 25 people for years, if in fact you're telling me at 14 passengers under certain conditions, you'll still get that type of potential capsize. I know the numbers don't lie, but this defies logic to me.
Well, the numbers only represent the assumptions that we made in going into the calculations. Now, on the other hand, you could argue that when we asked the Coast Guard for data on capsizes of pontoon passenger vessels, since they started collecting it electronically in 1981, they didn't have any capsizes. And we're talking a fleet of several hundred vessels. So yes, we're not telling the Coast Guard that this is what we found and this is the gospel. We're asking them to take a look at the dynamics, that the static methodologies they use at present to assess stability don't appear to be adequate, and that these particular vessels are susceptible to wind and waves, and go from there.
Okay, thank you very much. We have one final presentation.
Good afternoon. All right. Issues that I will be discussing include survivability, description
Ms.
of...
Beer, can you get closer to the microphone, please?
Yep. Description, can you hear me? Description of emergency egress options specific to Lady D, safety briefings, life jacket use in an enclosed vessel, and response efforts by Navy reservists, city first responders, and the Coast Guard. The photo on the left is the Lady D. It shows the stairs the passengers would use to board and the sliding windows. The picture on the bottom right of a similar vessel shows the sliding door used to enter the vessel. Note that the pontoon boats are fully enclosed vessels. The Lady D typically was in operation all season, especially in inclement weather, because it had an enclosed deck house. The Lady D did comply with 46 CFR 177.500 for means of escape or emergency egress. The federal regulation requires only one means of escape from a space if the space has a deck area less than 322 square feet. The Lady D's deck area was 180 square feet. This is a photo of the Lady D post-accident. The stairs to the right of the photo is where the passengers boarded the Lady D and proceeded through a glass sliding door. You can see the console, where the captain would be operating the vessel, the portside bench. Another bench would have been on the starboard side, and a second door would be at the far aft end of the vessel. The aft door was not a sliding door, but a hinged door. Staff found that in a panic situation that occurred after the capsizing, few passengers used the front door, which is the normal means of egress from the deck house. This photo shows one of the combination windows from the Lady D. The windows were 42 inches high by 48 inches wide, with a combination of 24-inch sliding sash and one 24-inch fixed sash. During the accident voyage, the windows were closed to protect the passengers from wind and rain. Some passengers had problems with the windows because they did not recognize how they opened. A couple of men kicked at the windows, and several passengers had the sensation that the entire windows became detached and floated loose from the bulkhead. Despite some egress problems, most occupants were able to escape the Lady D within minutes of the capsizing and climbed aboard the underside of the deck of the pontoon. The fatality victims had been seated midship. The Safety Board has long been a proponent of safety briefing on small passenger vessels. In the Lady D investigation, the crew told investigators a safety briefing was given, but the passengers did not recall receiving a safety briefing from Fells Point to Fort McHenry or at the beginning of the return trip. A safety briefing conducted in accordance with the federal regulation should discuss emergency exits. Further, it would have been appropriate to have a discussion of when to don or use a life jacket, since the Lady D was an enclosed vessel. Staff believes that a safety briefing on emergency procedures that include a discussion of life jacket stowage, donning, and egress capability enhances small passenger vessel safety. Due to the sudden capsizing of the vessel, the passengers had little opportunity to retrieve life jackets. The left picture shows the portside bench, and the picture on the right shows a close-up of the life jacket stored underneath the bench. Therefore, before the capsizing, stowage location and accessibility of life jackets was not a problem in this accident. With the Lady D's sudden capsizing and rapid flooding, a passenger and crew wearing a life jacket could have been trapped in the enclosed deck house. This photo was taken within a minute before the capsizing. It shows the captain to the right, the sliding bow door in the center of the photo, with the windows in the background. Wearing a life jacket inside the overturned, rapidly flooding, enclosed deck house would have impeded mobility, made exiting the windows difficult, and delayed the egress effort. Staff feels that donning a life jacket in an enclosed cabin could result in additional fatalities. Reservists at the Navy Center witnessed the capsizing and immediately called 911, notifying the Emergency Communications Center dispatcher within seconds of the Lady D capsizing. They then assembled a crew and launched a landing craft to render assistance. This photo was taken from the landing craft on the way to the scene within a few minutes after reservists launched. Inside the red circle is the capsized Lady D. The landing craft arrived at the capsized pontoon vessel within 8 minutes, and the reservists immediately began to transfer survivors to their vessel. Most passengers were able to climb on top of the overturned pontoon vessel while waiting to be rescued. A few of the passengers are holding a life jacket, and one passenger is retrieving a life ring. Shortly after the arrival of the landing craft, the crews on the fire and police department marine vessels coordinated the rescue efforts with the Navy reservist. The fire department boat was able to take 2 accident victims to paramedics waiting ashore. Meanwhile, the Marine Police Department was successful in rescuing an unconscious passenger from the water and transferring the victim to shoreside paramedics. Shortly thereafter, the Coast Guard launched additional response vessels. Within 1 hour of the capsizing, 22 of the Lady D occupants had been rescued and transported to area hospitals. Staff believes that the actions of the city, first responders, and Coast Guard were timely and effective in their response to the emergency. This concludes my presentation, and staff is now prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you for that excellent presentation, Ms. Buer. Member Engelmann-Connors? Thank you. Member Hersman?
As staff knows, I've had some conversations with you all about my concerns for emergency egress standards and what those standards might be. Could you please outline for me what the requirements were for emergency egress for either the windows or the doors?
Okay, emergency egress would be in 46 CFR 177.500, and the windows itself could actually not be used for an escape because it does directly lead overboard. The only time that the windows can be used as a means of escape if it doesn't lead directly overboard. And the other thing is that the only means of escape that was required for the pontoon vessel was the front door, because the deck area was 322 square foot and the Lady D only had 180 square foot.
What is the potential size on the high end for a vessel that is subject to this standard that would potentially only have one means of egress? How many passengers would we potentially be looking at that could be covered by this regulation? What size of vessel?
Yeah.
And I'm not looking for an exact, if you want a ballpark for me.
Member Hersman, we're trying to look up the number. What the Coast Guard requires in their certification for small passenger vessels is they have different standards of fixed seating criteria, or a rail criteria, or in the case that you're talking about, the area criteria would be 10 square feet per passenger. So under the regulation that says you only need one door, one means of escape, for a space up to 320 square feet, that means that you could have up to 32 people in a space that size.
Okay, and what, under this subchapter T, what is the definition of a small passenger vessel? What is the largest size that we could be looking at as far as the number of passengers? What's considered a small passenger vessel?
The subchapter T would be less than 150 passengers.
Okay, and so if we have 150 passengers in an enclosed space, how many points of egress would they have to have? 2?
At least
Yeah.
2.
Would it be more?
It could be more. It's the, when the Coast Guard certificates the vessel, if they determine that whatever was provided wasn't adequate, they could ask for more. I think the regulations, if you just go on the square footage basis, would mean 2 at a minimum.
I continue to struggle with this. I have significant concerns over the ability of people to get out. This is not the first accident that we've seen. I appreciate the attention that was devoted to the use of personal flotation devices and how difficult it would have been for people to actually don them, use them, and the potential danger had they been on, prior to the capsize for people to get out. But I think the only reason why people were able to survive this is because the deck house, to some extent, broke up, and they were able to get out. Nobody used, from as far as I can tell from the witness interviews, that one door that was supposed to be the means of escape. It was hard for them to tell if they used it or not, and it seemed like the person who was sitting next to it was questioned, did he use the door? And he said, no, I didn't really think about it, that he kind of got out, so maybe through a window or something. Is that accurate?
The way that I understood it was that the person that was sitting at the front door where the glass sliding door was trying to open the door, was not able to succeed it. There was another person that actually tried to get through the back door, the aft door, and he believes, but does not really recall correctly because of the disorientation that he experienced, but he believed that he actually exited through the back door.
But the back door wasn't the door that would be considered the emergency exit.
That
It was
is
the front
correct.
door.
That's correct.
I appreciate that there are potentially more complex issues involved in this, but I think that we would be missing an opportunity if we didn't at least look at future vessels and what needs to be done to ensure that they are safe. And I go back to the example of what we've done on airplanes. We had a significant event in Toronto this past year that was called a miracle by a lot of people in the press. But I think at the safety board here, we're under the opinion that that was safe design, that was good engineering, and that was due to a lot of work that had been done over the years with emergency exits, fire blocking, lighting, making sure that people could get out in the event of a catastrophic situation. And I think that the people that got out in the Lady D were lucky. It wasn't engineered so they could get out. They were lucky that they got out. And in particular, I'm concerned about people who potentially have small children trying to get out in situations like this that are extremely chaotic. And indeed, I think there was a family with several children, with 3 children, in this accident that was particularly affected by the circumstances of the accident. As we go forward, as these vessels are being designed, as they're being certificated, as they're being approved, it should be part of the design, if at all possible, to ensure that there are appropriate means of escape. Nobody expected this vessel to capsize. The people on board didn't expect it to capsize. But as we've seen through the discussion that took place today, there were many things that went wrong before this vessel capsized. And there are lots of opportunities for things to fall through the cracks. They applied the wrong test. They erroneously granted sister status to this vessel. The weight issue isn't consistent with today's norms. And nobody thought about looking at these things until after the accident happened. And so as the Coast Guard moves forward in certificating new vessels, I recognize the hardship that might be out there in having to go back and retrofit or do something to vessels that have already been built. But wouldn't it be appropriate for us to look going forward to say if they're going to have doors, or windows that could potentially serve as a means of emergency egress, that they be marked, that they be included as part of the safety briefing, that the operation be intuitive. I know that there are international standards, and my next question is whether or not the current standards that we have are more stringent or weaker than the international standards that would have been applied to a vessel like this if it had been in international operations.
Well, let me take a crack at part of what you've said. I'm not sure that it will answer all of your concerns, but in the case of the aircraft in Toronto, the first thing that happened was that plane made it to the ground safely, and that gave an opportunity for the people to get off. If the Lady D had made it back to a pier or the shore, then in our opinion, the means of escape provided on that vessel would have been sufficient to get those people off in a timely manner. The philosophy in ship design is that these boats go out into all kinds of environments that are unpredictable. And in general, when something goes wrong, the idea is that you want to use the vessel as really the resource that you've got to survive on. If there's a fire, you go to a different part. Now, I recognize with small passenger vessels there are some limitations. But in general, when you have a catastrophic event, such as a capsizing or the vessel breaking in half or other scenarios, particularly if they happen without any warning and they happen very, very quickly, there's no telling what is going to happen, what the reactions of the people are. In any one scenario that you have, the response of the vessel in a capsizing may be different, and how the people respond in that case may be different. And because it's so impossible to predict, what would you do in a case like this? Every effort is made to prevent those events from happening. And this is why there are large factors of safety applied to stability criteria, and why there are factors of safety on strength, and so forth. The idea is if the vessel capsizes suddenly without warning, you've really lost it. You've done something wrong. And you've identified a number of things that were done wrong in the development of this vessel and its certification. And if things had gone right, then we probably wouldn't be sitting here talking about this case right now. And in fact, the Coast Guard has looked at what went wrong, and they have taken action to try to address those concerns. And we haven't really brought out all of that in the report. What we've got in our report is what we believe additionally has to be done, dealing with things like the loading on board the vessel, the criteria that's applied to pontoon vessels, and so forth. And so what we have noted in the time that's transpired since the Lady D capsized, that a number of things have happened that are intended to prevent this sort of thing from happening again. And we have identified additional areas where we think more work has to be done. And that's kind of how we framed the report. But in our opinion, staff really believes that capsizing is an unacceptable event, and everything has to be done to prevent that, just like a plane crash is an unacceptable event, and people do whatever they can to prevent it, but they still happen. And so we really do believe that we've gone about as far as we can to come up with some sort of meaningful recommendations to improve marine safety.
Can I go back to then my question about the standards, the international standards versus the domestic standards for the same type of vessel operating in international commerce? Would their standards, safety standards for egress be more stringent or less stringent?
I'm looking at the Solus book right now, and it says in here that in a ship of less than 1,000 gross ton, the administration may dispense with one of the means of escape, due regard being paid to width and disposition of the upper part of the space. So they actually, 1,000 gross tonnage, they actually can dispense with one means of escape.
So how many,
What, if I could ask, give me the length, the average length of 1,000 gross tons, so we have some idea what we're talking about.
Do you?
200 feet, thereabouts?
Thank you.
so you're saying that there's only the only one means of escape required for a vessel that's 200 feet in length?
What it says here, it says it may dispense with one of the means of escape.
With one of the means, how many means are there?
Two? Sorry?
Only two required?
Yeah.
Well, I continue to think that this is a potential problem. If we're talking about a vessel that could carry up to 150 passengers that experienced a fire, or like the Miss Majestic that just slowly went down, didn't capsize. Well, it didn't go down slowly, but it didn't capsize. It's unlikely that people are going to be able to get out. And I think that's a problem. And I think when we talk about the certification standards, after kind of this board meeting here today, talking about the potential problems that could come up in the Coast Guard certification standard, the FAA standard is much more stringent. I mean, they have dual redundant systems, 10 to the minus ninth calculations about failure. I mean, they engineer those aircraft absolutely not to crash. But they still have safety measures in place in the event that something's survivable. And the safety board has done studies and found that many accidents, if not a majority of them, are survivable. And in this case, on the Lady D, this was a survivable accident. The people who did not survive were the people who could not get out. And I think that this is an issue that could potentially affect many more lives. If we have vessels that only have one means of egress with up to 150 people on board, that could be catastrophic. And I think, just as Member Engelman Connors said earlier about things that become issues that get identified to us in accidents that have the potential for application in other areas. I know we want to focus our recommendations on the facts of this accident, but the facts of this accident do merit that these people could not get out. And I think that the one means of egress that they did have that was required wasn't able to be used. And in fact, none of the passengers really knew that was the way that they were supposed to get out if something happened, regardless of whether or not they could get back to shore or they capsized. So I continue to have concerns about this. I have talked about it with staff. I just don't want the board to be in a position where we're investigating an accident that has the potential to be catastrophic, and this is something that we should have thought about.
Thank you, Member Hersman. Member Higgins.
Well, as the staff know, I have similar concerns. We make no recommendations in this area. Would a safety, and I'm interested in the fact that there was some confusion about whether a safety briefing was given or not, although I guess passengers said they'd gotten one earlier in the day. As I look at the Coast Guard requirements, it's mandatory that a safety briefing be given. And I guess they have a couple of different options as to how to do it. It seems to me that that's an area, at a minimum, that needs reinforcing, because staff have indicated that the reason we didn't make recommendations in this area is that the company was out of business. Well, I think this report has to stand on its own because it will be used and considered by many others who are doing similar kind of work. So that's one issue. Secondly, I'm interested in when the safety features in this kind of vehicle are determined, and when we talk about the kind of briefing that people are given, what event is anticipated that people would go through a door? I mean, if I'm what's the scenario in which these safety provisions were created? So that the focus was on the one door as opposed to other means of getting out of this boat, like the windows, which aren't as small as I had envisioned, given my reading of the report.
Yeah, Member Higgins, the premise behind the means of escape requirement in subchapter T is that the vessel is upright and is not flooded. The whole premise in the way those requirements come around with the width of the door, and if you look into the aisle space requirements, the seat width requirements, it's all based on people being able to get up and evacuate out through your primary means of escape, which is, in this vessel, that door. And if you wanted to envision a scenario where that would be done, if you had a fire, if you grounded, if you had a collision and maybe took on a little bit of a list, if you lost propulsion and you needed to transfer to another craft, the operator, the master, would have everybody don their life jackets and proceed out through that door, which leads to the deck area, and then from there to the rescue craft. That's sort of the envisionment of those requirements. If you take that vessel and turn it upside down, and in the case of a pontoon passenger vessel, it's going to, because the flotation is mainly in its pontoons, it's going to rapidly flood. And all the requirements in means of escape sort of go out the window. No longer are you talking about a door, markings, illumination, being able to operate doors from both sides. None of them are applicable anymore because you're in a different environment. You're upside down in the water, and that regulation does not apply. Now, is that a situation where we need to look at coming up with different standards? And we staff talked about this problem, and typically, the passengers that you're going to be carrying on here are not going to be all Johnny Weissmullers able to do swim underwater. You may be carrying people in wheelchairs. You may be carrying disabled. You may have young children. And to even envision trying to come up with a system of providing an acceptable survival standard in those situations is beyond us. Our approach has been, we want to prevent this capsize from ever happening, and we've directed our recommendations to that end. In the case of the Miss Majestic, the duck that sank in Hamilton, Lake Hamilton, we struggled with the same concerns, and there we had a craft that, because of its operation, we felt was susceptible to rapid flooding and sinking. And with the same result, you had a number of people, could have been children, could have been disabled, elderly, that had less than a minute to get out of that craft before it went under the water. And we felt that that was unacceptable, and our recommendations to the Coast Guard for that particular accident were to come up with a way to make that vessel not sink so that the passengers wouldn't be exposed to that hazard. And if they couldn't do that, then remove the canopy and put those people in a PFD, and then they would be safe. So we did not take the approach, well, if it's going to sink like a rock, what do we want to recommend to the Coast Guard? That was not our approach. We said that situation, that consequence is unacceptable, and for the same reason, we're looking at the Coast Guard here to come up with stability standards that will make these vessels stay upright.
I guess I appreciate that, and I think that, by definition, accidents are events that are unanticipated, and well, I shouldn't say they're unanticipated. The accidents are happen, I guess. But it sounds to me like the safety standards are designed for not the worst case scenario. Let me put it that way. I mean, an overturning the boat or sinking it is obviously much more dire than if you have time to get people to don vests, some kind of orderly procession off this boat. And I'm just, it's interesting to me. I never thought about it that way. And, maybe there is a different standard that makes sense for watercraft than for airplanes. But by definition, what's the worst thing that can happen if you're on a boat? It sinks or it capsizes. And, my limited knowledge suggests that it's not all that rare, maybe not for pontoon boats, but certainly there are boats, on the Chesapeake Bay that capsize all the time because of weather and unforeseen circumstances. And I guess I'm troubled by the fact that that hasn't been anticipated in the kind of information we give people about what to do. Obviously, you don't want to, this is a business operation. You're not going to you want to terrorize people. But I do think, the fact that the windows were a source of egress that some people figured out, and I guess other people didn't, the door, which apparently didn't work, it just troubles me, and I'm not sure what we do about it, but I'm troubled also by the fact that, at a minimum, the fact that we believe in safety briefings, the Coast Guard requires it. I think that needs to be reinforced when we communicate about these kinds of operations, that it is incumbent upon these companies to make sure that their passengers clearly understand what needs to happen in the event of a unlikely but a possible accident. And I think our job is to maybe restate the obvious. Even though this company is no longer in business, this boat may not be on the water, I just think that's who we are. And safety briefings are pretty, is the minimum that should be done in these kinds of circumstances. And I also think, agree with Member Hurst, I think we had to address, or the Coast Guard ought to look at more catastrophic circumstances. Notwithstanding all the design elements in the world, these kinds of things happen, as proved by this accident, and as I'm sure we're going to hear on the Ethan Allen when that comes up. Nobody anticipated that. The weather circumstances there were much less adverse, apparently. Yet and still, we have a capsized vessel, and people died as a result of that.
Thank you, Member Higgins. Can I ask Captain Terrell, to be clear, is there a requirement for a safety briefing before departure? Is there a requirement?
Yes. Yes, there is.
Thank you very much. We just don't know if it occurred in this case.
That's correct. There's conflicting testimony on the crew believe they did. The passengers said they don't remember one on the accident voyage.
But do we have any type of, and I guess survey or whatever? I mean, if it's the rule, one would expect that it is carried out. Is that correct?
That's correct. We hope so.
Okay. Member Engelmann-Connors.
I just want to clarify, is there is it an oral safety briefing or the use of a safety card?
Well, the regulation is before getting underway on a voyage or as soon as practical thereafter, the master of a vessel shall ensure that suitable public announcements are made for the location of embarkation, survival craft, stowage locations of life jackets, and proper method and methods of egress.
Right, but haven't we visited this before on the issue of whether a safety card being there is enough or whether there has to be an actual presentation?
A placard?
Right.
Yes, there was a placard in addition to the safety briefings. On the other vessels in the fleet, they do provide safety briefings, and we spoke to the crew members on the other vessels in Seaport Taxi Fleet, and they did routinely give safety briefings.
Right. I just remember we've had this issue with the Coast Guard before and other issues, whether a placard was enough or whether you had to go through the actual briefing.
Yes,
And the passengers could not remember if an actual briefing had been done.
that's correct.
And was the placard still placed there and obvious to be seen?
The placard on the Lady D,
That was obvious. It just showed it.
yes.
The placard showed the donning of the life jacket, and it was obvious to where the passengers were seated.
Okay, is there Now, on big ships, and I've had some experience on big ships, you do go out and you put your life preserver on at a certain time before the ship leaves or at a certain time after the ship has left. And that's a demonstration. Is there a requirement for a demonstration of the donning of the life preserver?
No, actually, there's also an exemption for vessels operating in 15-minute voyages, which is the placard that Member Engelmann Connors mentioned. So the 15-minute rule in the Lady D's case is running from Fells Point to the fort on a 15-minute trip. And so your question about the placard, sir, was what?
Oh, my question was, is there a requirement
About
for
the
a safety
actual
briefing?
demonstration of the donning?
Well,
No,
two
it's-
questions, because you just shared something with me that tells me that they were exempt. Is that what you've just said?
No, but
No.
they're, go ahead. Marietta.
They were not exempt because it talks strictly about ferries operating on shorter runs than 15 minutes. The Lady D was not considered a ferry, or the run was not considered a ferry run. From a hard point A to hard point B would be considered a ferry run. This was not considered a ferry run, so therefore, the Lady D didn't qualify under this particular regulation
For an exemption.
for an
So therefore,
exemption.
she was required, the
Correct.
skipper, was required to provide an oral,
Correct.
O-R-A-L,
Mhm.
briefing, safety briefing,
Yes.
and also, in some way, shape, or form, describe how you would don a life preserver
If it was requested by a passenger,
only.
yes,
Otherwise, there's a placard there which shows that.
correct.
Okay. Member Hersman has a follow-up.
What would have been in the content of the briefing? What's required?
Emergency exit, stowage of life jackets, the donning of life jackets, and location of placard,
So they would have pointed to the door that didn't open.
correct.
And wasn't there an account in the report that said that they didn't usually use that door and that they had had a previous Coast Guard inspection or something like that? And one of the doors had been hard to open or close or something like that?
Yeah, that's the front door. They had a hard time closing it, but not opening it, according to the mate's testimony.
But they didn't usually use it.
It's the front door. It would be the front door that they would actually get into the vessel.
Oh, okay, so that
The
was the
glass-
one that was hard to close. Okay.
Right.
And if the briefing was about PFDs, what good would PFDs have been in this enclosed deck house in the event of a capsize? Haven't we said that they would not have been helpful?
Correct.
How old are the regulations that establish the means of emergency egress from the vessel?
Do you wanna- 1996?
But that was when the entire chapter was last revised, correct? How old are the regulations that specifically apply to emergency?
We don't know. Can we get back to you on that one?
Okay. Because this chapter is the same chapter that deals with the weight, right? That goes back to 1942. No?
The 1942 reference came out of subchapter H, which is the large passenger vessel requirements.
And how old is subchapter T?
Late 50s, 1957 was the first issue.
I'd be interested in if there have been any revisions to the means of egress since it was originally drafted. I think, and I did review the SOLAS requirements, and it talks about vessels constructed on or after 1994, and it seems their primary concern is fire aboard the vessel and how to get out in the event of a fire. But they mention emergency lighting requirements, escape route signage, slip-free surfaces underfoot, the number of persons determine the width of the doorways, the corridors, the stairways. They have to have things like handrails. I think that that's just a sample of, at a minimum, of things that we ought to be looking at. Not necessarily being prescriptive for very small vessels, but to me, a small passenger vessel that can range in size from 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people up to 150 is a huge spread, and the potential for needing egress options when you get onto the high side of this I think, begs for attention.
Thank you, Member Hersman. How about Member Higgins? Did you have a follow-up?
Yes. Do we know whether this Seaport Taxi ever ran safety drills? Do we know whether they practice different, how to get passengers off under different scenarios?
Yes, Member Higgins, they did, usually at the beginning of the season, the operator would take their various crew members, masters and operators through man overboard drills and Williamson turns and safety drills like that.
But man overboard is very different than having to evacuate every passenger, correct?
That's correct. However, they probably didn't do capsizings either.
Well, but my point is, you know, I think that we think of these, it's a small vehicle, it's only going for a short distance. I think we've all been, I'm sure, to the Inner Harbor. It feels very safe and protected, and yet this kind of tragedy happens. But again, by definition, that's why we're here.
Right.
And I just am asking myself and asking you to think about, to think outside the box, I guess.
Sure.
And what is it that we can do to enhance the level of safety? Because these, by definition, these kinds of events are unanticipated.
Because of the nature of the pontoon vessel, getting to about the drills, they would actually offload. They have the crew members and seasonal employees to get on board the boat and practice offloading people between two boats in the event that there's mechanical difficulty or some sort of reason they had to get people on and off the boats. They did practice getting people on and off the pontoon vessels in an open environment.
But that's in a situation where you can manage
That's right.
the people. I mean, we're
Right.
talking here about, you know, a true emergency where, you know, you don't there was no vessel nearby. It wasn't a question of offloading people. It was a question of how to get people out of the circumstances that they were in. And so I'm wondering, again, I don't know whether, is there anything in the rules and regulations about the kinds of drills that these operators are supposed to run, or is that something left to the local?
Typically, they would be required to do fire drills and man overboard drills and
Okay. I guess what I'm hearing, and not to prolong this anymore, I really would ask that, and I don't know about the other board members, but at least I would really be interested in more knowledge about what goes on here, because I just feel like this is we're talking about emergency procedures in a pretty static environment, unlike the circumstances we found ourselves in. And I just think that isn't, I guess as a parent, as a grandparent, that isn't good enough. I mean, people ought to have more knowledge than they clearly had in this operation.
yeah.
Thank you, Member Higgins. Appreciate your comments. Let me suggest that I think the staff did an outstanding job in presenting this very complex accident, and that although it may seem simple, there's a lot of physics to it, a lot of elements that came into play in this particular accident. And you know, we will never know why certain people got out and certain didn't. But all I can say is we were very, very fortunate for all of those who were able to get out. I'll now read the findings of this investigation. If any board member has any questions or comments, please let me know after I have read that finding. Number one, sleep deprivation, alcohol, drugs, and physical impairments were not factors in this accident. Number two, the mechanical condition of the Lady D's propulsion and steering systems was not a factor in this accident. The propulsive power of the Lady D was not a factor in this accident. Yes, we'll correct that, please. The examination of the Lady D's hull showed no evidence of pre-accident damage. Number five, the load for which pontoon vessel Lady D was certified was based on a monohull simplified stability proof test on the Fells Point Princess, which was not appropriate for pontoon vessels. Number six, as a result of sister vessel status to the Fells Point Princess being granted to the Raven, the Lady D, and the Misty Harbor II. All 4 pontoon boats had serious deficiencies in stability as a result of the inappropriate stability test used to determine the number of persons allowed on all the vessels. Although it was the Lady D that was involved in this accident, the potential risk of a capsize event was substantially the same for all 4 vessels during their years of operation. Number 7, the combination of the use of an out-of-date average weight standard for occupants of small passenger vessels and the excessive number of persons permitted in the Lady D's original certification resulted in the pontoon boat carrying a load that reduced its reserve buoyancy and compromised its stability characteristics, which made it more susceptible to capsizing on the day of the accident. Number 8, the Lady D capsized as a result of the combined effects of the excessive load carried and the wind and the wave conditions experienced at the time of the accident. Number 9, masters need a simple and ready means, such as a mark on the hull, to determine whether their vessels are overloaded and potentially unsafe. Number 10, existing Coast Guard intact stability standards for pontoon passenger vessels, the Pontoon Simplified Stability Test in Subchapter T, Small Passenger Vessels, and/or the alternative criteria in Subchapter S, Subdivision and Stability, do not adequately account for the dynamic loading from wind and waves on a pontoon vessel operating on an unrestricted protected route. Number 11, a Coast Guard endorsement on the vessel's certificate of inspection restricting a pontoon passenger vessel to limiting weather conditions would provide definitive operational guidance to a vessel's operator. Number 12, meteorological data displayed on the workstation monitors at the National Weather Service's Baltimore, Washington Forecast Office showed that the strong gusty winds and thunderstorm conditions associated with the Lady D accident could have been identified by forecasters as early as 1501, providing opportunity for them to verify conditions and issue a special marine warning more than 20 minutes before the Lady D left the dock near Fort McHenry. Number 13, the agency-wide actions taken by the National Weather Service to correct its system deficiencies and performance errors are adequate to address the problems that occurred at the Baltimore, Washington Weather Forecast Office. Number 14, the weather information available to Seaport Taxi at the time of the accident did not accurately reflect the impending storm conditions, which compromised efforts to adhere to safe operating procedures. Number 15, in the panic situation that ensued after the Lady D's capsized, the vessel's normal means of egress from the deckhouse, including the differently designed doors and slider windows, posed evacuation problems for the vessel's occupants. Number 16, a mandatory safety briefing on emergency procedures that includes a discussion of the life jacket stowage, donning, and egress capabilities would enhance small passenger vessel safety. Number 17, donning life jackets in the Lady D's enclosed deckhouse before the capsizing could have resulted in additional fatalities. Number 18, the rapid response effort by personnel from the Naval Reserve Center, Baltimore, to the Lady D's capsizing probably resulted in fewer lives being lost. Moreover, the actions of all city and first responders, including the fire department, the police, the emergency medical technicians, and the United States Coast Guard, were timely and effective. Is there a motion to adopt the findings?
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Yes. Question, Engelmann-Connors.
Looking at conclusion number 9, masters need a simple and ready means, such as a mark to identify on the hull to identify or determine whether vessels are overloaded and potentially safe. And when we look at the recommendation to identify a method for determining it, it's almost as if we've told them in the conclusion what you want that recommendation to be. In other words, you're saying in the conclusion you should have the mark on the hull, as was discussed, Mr. Henry, when your presentation and the like, but in the recommendations we're leaving it much more open-ended. And I don't know, I felt that that was a wording issue. I'm not going to fight over it, but I'm going to just point it out that I was a little confused by that. The second thing is just some comments. I think there was discussion earlier about whether the board, or at least one of the members or several of us felt that the Coast Guard's response was timely and effective, so I'm a little bit of questioning of conclusion number 18. And then the last one, I'm sorry, what? All right, and, well, those are the two that immediately throw me off, but definitely the number 9 versus the recommendation that we have. One is very specific, put on a mark on the hull, the other's open-ended. It seems like it's inconsistent.
Dr. Spencer?
Thank you, Member Engelman Connors, for pointing that out. I agree with you on that, and I think perhaps we can add a phrase in the recommendation to use that as an example, such as a mark on the side. We didn't want to necessarily say you have to do it this way.
Are you suggesting striking that,
No,
Dr. Spencer?
no. What I'm suggesting, when we get to the recommendations, perhaps we could reword the recommendation to identify that as a
Well, I was going to
potential way to
suggest
do
you
it.
reword the conclusion and say may rather than must, or masters may need versus masters need, or something. It's just so definitive, and then you leave it open-ended, and it just seems that we're a little out of sync.
I appreciate those comments, Member Connors. Doctor, how do you want to handle that?
Well, as I read conclusion number 8, or 9, I'm sorry, they need a simple and ready means, such as a mark, to determine whether their vessels are overloaded and potentially unsafe. So the goal is that there should be some simple and easy means to determine if it's overloaded. That conclusion reads okay to me. Perhaps I don't understand.
Well, as long as there's some consistency with the recommendation, because it seems
I
like
think
you're-
we can improve on the recommendation.
Okay, would you care to begin doing that while, before we get to that series of recommendations?
Yes, sir.
So that we can adjust it, as Member Engelman Connors might wish to offer an amendment. Member Hersman.
Suspect several of us probably have the same thought. We had, it seemed like, a fairly lengthy discussion about whether or not the briefing was or was not mandatory, but yet in conclusion 16 we say a mandatory safety briefing on emergency procedures that includes a discussion of life jacket, stowage, donning, and egress capabilities would enhance small passenger vessel safety, as if it's not a requirement. Is it a requirement or is it not a requirement?
It is a requirement.
Then why do we have a conclusion that makes it appear that it's not?
It's poorly worded. I think it would be.
Should it be struck, Dr. Spencer? Since it is already a regulation.
Well, it's still a good conclusion that the people ought to be aware of. I would suggest, rather than saying would enhance, is just say it enhances safety. A safety briefing enhances safety.
I would say it's required, and because it enhances.
Perhaps the new
I would
conclusion
strike
could
the
read.
would.
Exactly.
Okay.
I would say mandatory safety briefing, I mean, by definition, mandatory means it's required, because it enhances small passenger vessel safety. I think we really need to reinforce that this needs to be done, because there's a lot of ambiguity about this.
Yes, I agree.
Dr. Mayer, did you have a suggestion?
I was going to suggest that conclusion begin by saying safety briefings which are required enhance safety, or something along those lines, so that it's very clear that we're not suggesting that the regulations need to be changed.
Or you could
Well,
say.
the word mandatory already states that it's already required when you use the word mandatory.
Yes, sir, I agree, although it sounds as if we are asking for something that doesn't presently exist by saying a mandatory safety briefing enhances safety. It seems to me that it would be a little bit clearer if it said safety briefings which are already required enhance safety.
Any other suggestions? Any suggestions? Go ahead, Member Higgins.
I want to go back to conclusion 6.
Can we deal with one at a time? I got too many that we're balancing up here.
Then let me go back to.
Let's go back to
I'll do
16 and decide if we can agree on that, or we need to change it.
I would say safety briefings on emergency procedures are mandatory, that includes blah, blah, are mandatory because they enhance small passenger vehicle safety. I mean, I think we need to reinforce the fact that they're required. Okay? But I also have a concern, I guess, 16 and 17, I feel like we're being inconsistent here, but tell me if that's incorrect. We're on the one hand saying we want to tell everybody about donning life jackets, and then we're also saying they would have been a problem in this accident. I find that's a contradictory message.
Well, the point we were trying to make with number 17 is that it's not a good idea to don a life jacket when you're in an enclosed space. And that this is something I think that's been brought out in prior accidents as well. Our opinion is that you can really get trapped in there if you've got your life jacket.
Which is another reason in the other modes, they do not ask you when you are departing, say, an aircraft that's on the water to employ your life preserver on your way out. A couple of things. One, you get stuck, and two, it could break. So
Okay.
you're not supposed to do it on the way in.
That's because I'm not a sailor and these guys are.
Okay.
I want to go back to number 6, because I think I tried to make the point in my questioning that the stability test was one part of the problem. The fact that the sister vessel status, the same stability test was presumed. But I think it's also fair to say that it was the inappropriate certification of these vessels as sister vessels that also contributed to this problem. And again, I think it's, at least I'm pretty comfortable after our discussion, that the procedures were not followed in certifying these vessels as sister vessels. Not only was the wrong stability test applied in the case of the Fells Point Princess, but the Coast Guard then compounded that initial error by not following their procedures in terms of certifying or accepting these vessels as sister vessels. Is that would be
The
a
way I
conclusion
read
I
it,
have.
and I agree with you, but it seems to state that as a result of sister vessel status, as a result of sister status, okay, to these 4 vessels, all 4 boats had serious deficiencies in stability, as another result of inappropriate stability test. So it's covered, I think, in both of those.
But I think that presumes that sister vessel status was appropriately applied in this case. And I think if we go back to the criteria that were used or should have been used, the years, the manufacturer, those criteria, if they had been applied, we don't know definitively, but hopefully would have caught the initial error. And because they weren't applied for whatever reason, that error was not,
Could it be corrected? Would you be comfortable if we used the word as a result of inappropriate sister vessel status?
yes, that would be my suggestion.
Okay. We'll correct that with those words, inappropriate.
That's my suggestion.
That one's easy to fix. Thank you, Member Higgins. Appreciate that being pointed out. So number 6 will be okay. We need to go back to 16. About the current required safety briefing on emergency procedures that should or includes a discussion of life jacket stowage, donning, and egress, enhances instead of would. Enhances, stating that as a fact. We know that. It wouldn't would. It is a fact. Does enhance small passenger safety. Is that agreement? Would that work, Doctor? Okay. So 16 and 6 have been fixed. Are there others?
Chairman?
Yes.
There's a typo in number 15 that we didn't pick up as we went through it. After Lady D, that shouldn't be apostrophe S. Just take out that, if you would.
Any substantive questions? Go ahead. Any other questions? Any other comments? Any other additions, corrections? Is there a motion to adopt the findings as revised? Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? No opposition. The findings have been adopted. We will move to as amended. Now move to the probable cause as presented in the draft report. The National Transportation Safety Board determines that the probable cause of the capsizing of the pontoon-style small passenger vessel, Lady D, was its lack of intact stability, which was insufficient to withstand the strong winds and waves that the boat encountered. The lack of intact stability was caused by overloading, which resulted from the vessel being certificated by the U.S. Coast Guard to carry too many people as a result of an inappropriate stability test on a sister vessel, and from the Coast Guard's regulatory stability test standards, which use an inaccurate average passenger weight. Member Higgins.
I want to pick up the same language that we just agreed to in finding 6. I think it was not just the stability test, I think it was also the inappropriate certification as a sister vessel.
Let's get to that.
I would
The
add
lack
it-
of intact stability cause which result from the bed. Okay.
I would
Well, let's
inappropriate.
say as a result of an inappropriate stability test. So inappropriately twice.
Yes,
Okay,
I
so
want to make. those
it
two
will
different
read
issues.
as a result of an inappropriate stability test on an inappropriately certified, is that correct? An inappropriately certified. Because she was,
No, inappropriately.
sorry, which was a mischaracter, oh, how about mischaracterized as a,
Well,
give us a proposal.
Of an inappropriate stability test on a vessel that was erroneously granted sister status.
Very good.
Okay.
On,
yes.
They say erroneous in the report. That's the header they use.
would you agree to that? You, okay, so read it again, member Harsman, please.
On page 86, the title for this discussion is erroneous sister vessel status.
So help me with the language, please.
Okay.
Too
Of
many
an-
people
of
as a
an-
result of an inappropriate stability test.
Of an inappropriate stability test on a vessel that was erroneously granted sister status. On a,
The
On a
the
vessel
inappropriate
that-
stability test was done on the Fells Point Princess.
Right.
The erroneous sister vessel status
was
was
granted
on
to
the Lady D.
Right.
which
two
was
different
erroneously
vessels.
granted sister status.
Help, somebody else is going to have to help me. This is getting. Go ahead.
I might suggest that you could make that work if you just switch the order of the references to the two vessels.
Mr. Acting Chairman, is this
Yeah.
one that if we agree in principle, then staff can come back with the perfect wording, Mr. General Counsel?
Counsel, we
If
can
we
accept
agree in
that.
principle, you know what we're trying to do, and then before we
That is
publish the
correct.
version, we
Okay.
can get our modifiers modifying correctly.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your help us to expedite this matter.
Then I so move that we accept the probable cause.
Is there a second? Is there a motion to accept the probable cause as amended? All in favor? No opposition? Probable cause has been accepted and will be released as amended. Finally, I'll now read the safety recommendations. If any board member have any questions or comments, please let me know. First, recommendations to the U.S. Coast Guard. Number 1, revise regulations to require that passenger capacity for domestic passenger vessels be calculated based on a statistically representative average passenger weight standard that is periodically updated. Number 2, identify a method for determining the maximum safe load condition of a small passenger vessel at the time of loading and require that the vessel owners implement that method. Number 3, revise the stability criteria for a small passenger pontoon vessels for all passenger loading conditions to minimize the potential for capsizing in wind and waves. Number 4, until such time as you revise the passenger weight standard as requested in Safety Recommendation 1 and the stability criteria used to evaluate small passenger pontoon vessel safety as requested in Safety Recommendation 3, develop interim pontoon passenger vessel stability guidance based on static and dynamic intact stability considerations. Number 5, establish limiting environmental conditions, such as weather in which pontoon vessels may safely operate, and list those limiting conditions on the vessel's certificate of inspection. There are previously issued recommendations classified in this report. M0404, revise your guidance to officers in charge, marine inspection, to determine the maximum occupant capacity of small passenger pontoon vessels, either 1, by dividing the vessel's simplified stability proof test weight by the person weight allowance for an average adult stipulated in the Federal Aviation Administration Advisory Circular 120-27D, that is 174 pounds per person, assuming summer clothing and a 50-50 gender mix, or number 2, by restricting, at the time of loading, the actual cumulative weight of passengers and crew to the vessel's simplified stability proof test weight. Safety recommendation M04, previously classified open acceptable response, is classified closed, superseded by Safety Recommendation 1, as discussed in the adequacy of passenger weight standard for domestic passenger vessel stability section of this report. Is there a motion to adopt the recommendations as
Mr.
written?
Acting Chairman?
Yes.
On item number 2, to have it, as we discussed earlier, to have it in alignment with conclusion number 9. Do you have language?
Yes, I do. What I would suggest doing is on the second line, a small passenger vessel at the time of loading, then comma, such as a mark on the side of the hull, comma, and then continue with the rest.
So it would read at the time of loading, such as a mark, and require.
Such as a mark on the side of the hull.
Such as a mark on the side. Okay, as corrected. Is there, yes, Member Higgins?
The discussion we had about sharing this knowledge with state operations, I realize that's not a recommendation, well, it may be a recommendation to the Coast Guard, but how do we capture that? Since we haven't really addressed that issue at all in this report. And I'm not, if it's something that you will come back to us with your proposal for how to do that, that's fine. I don't want to lose it as we go forward here.
I think what we could do, Member Higgins, is draft a letter to these organizations with a proposed article and let you look at it before we send it out.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Higgins. Is there a motion to adopt the recommendations? Is there a second? All in favor of adopting the recommendations as amended? Aye. Any opposition? No opposition. The recommendations have been adopted. I will now vote on adopting the report in whole and as amended. Is there a motion to adopt the report as amended? Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No opposition. The report has been adopted. I thank you all very, very much for the amount of time that you put into this investigation. I believe it was a very important investigation, and the number of recommendations and the quality of the recommendations, I think, will go far, if implemented, to preventing this type of accident from ever happening again. At this point, I will call for a recess, and we will reconvene at approximately 3:15 for the next item on the agenda.